Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Saudi's Crown Prince continues his trip to Paris as the Kingdom and France are expected to agree deals worth more than $10 billion. The US Treasury Secretary threatens Iran with economic D-Day, with the US planning fresh sanctions against Iran's trading partners. And the UK Prime Minister visits Ukraine on their Independence Day, sharing those all-important blueprints for creating long-range missiles. Good evening. To our top story. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has continued his visit to Paris today for bilateral meetings and a business forum with French President Emmanuel Macron. The two leaders are focusing on energy and investment, with signing deals expected to be worth more than $10 billion. It's MBS's first trip outside the kingdom since Saudi Arabia signed the Mecca Joint Defence Agreement with Turkey and Pakistan. Now, for more on this, we're going to speak to Najla Habriri, Senior Foreign Affairs Editor at Ashrak Al-Assad. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, Najla, this is the Crown Prince's third visit to France in just a few years. What do you think that tells us about how important this relationship has become?
Hi, Jono. Lovely to be with you today. I do think that the frequency of these visits tell us that this has become, generally a strategic relationship for both sides. As you have said, this is the Crown Prince's third visit since 2022. I believe it's the sixth visit since 2015. Macron himself has been to Riyadh at least 3 times ever since becoming president. So we are talking about a very regular dialogue at the very highest of levels here. I think for Saudi, obviously France is an important partner. It is a major European power. It is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It is also a key partner for Saudi in various sectors, defense, investment, technology, and energy as well. For France, I think increasingly Saudi is a key partner, not only in the region, but really on the global level. Riyadh is obviously, the Gulf's largest economy. It is a major world energy power. It is increasingly, an influential diplomatic and security actor, not only in the Middle East, but also globally. It has also been very central to some of France's key priorities in the region. I mean, whether we're talking about, Lebanon, whether we're talking about Gaza, energy stability, maritime security, etc. So Saudi has been a key partner to France in various sectors. I think it is absolutely fair to say that this is, an increasingly important two-way strategic partnership with both countries looking at the other as, very important and maybe essential for their wider ambitions.
Najla, it's not just this meeting, but also we're talking about another bilateral meeting this time. We've got the very first Strategic Partnership Council that's happening as well. I guess that in itself takes this relationship to a different level.
No, that is right, Jono, actually. And I think if we could summarize the Strategic Partnership Council in one word and its importance in one word, it would be institutionalization. So this particular council, and let's, remind our viewers that, during Macron's last visit to Riyadh in December 2024, the roadmap for this strategic partnership and therefore the agreement for the council has been produced and established. Now we are seeing the two leaders chair the very first meeting of this particular council. I think it's important here to note that this creates sort of a permanent mechanism that roots this particular relationship into something more institutionalized, something more permanent, rather than strong bilateral agreements, but really separate sectors. I think this brings that relationship, that political and economic relationship, to the next level, really. And if we looked at the scope, it is quite broad. It encompasses, diplomacy, defense, security, investment, energy, and even, education and culture. So I think the idea is essentially to turn political agreements into projects that are, easy to implement and really be followed up in both the long and the short and the long terms.
Najla, let me pick you up on something you said there. Energy, you mentioned, being one of the important, the pivotal moments in this. It's obviously going to be a huge part of these talks, especially with everything happening around the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. So how important is it to find that alternative route to get energy out of the region?
I don't think it's far-fetched to think that the Strait of Hormuz and the larger geopolitical tension and difficult situation that the region is in was on and is on the two leaders' negotiations or discussion table today. I think there's definitely a huge interest on from both parties to discuss alternative routes for energy. But I think it's very important, to remind viewers and listeners of the role that Saudi has played over the last few weeks and months. It's been absolutely instrumental in finding alternative routes to bypass Hormuz, and particularly its ability to and the infrastructure that it actually created way before this latest flare-up of tensions to carry oil from the east of the country all the way to the Red Sea, bypassing the strait. However, I do think that both countries do want to see freedom of navigation restored in the Strait of Hormuz. They want to see it protected. They want to see the rule of law, international rule of law, and international maritime law implemented once again in the Strait. I think all of these have been and are being discussed in Paris today between Mohammed bin Salman, the Grand Prince of Saudi Arabia, and President Macron, President of France. I think it is important for both countries, not only for the Middle East, and I think we have seen the consequences of the flare-ups of tensions in the Middle East, in Europe, and there is real worry about these tensions continuing as winter approaches fast in Europe. So I think Saudi has been a key partner not only for France but really for wider European partnerships in sort of guaranteeing and maintaining energy stability across the world.
Najla, looking forward to what this deal means, a lot of the cooperation, a lot of the deals that we're seeing done here fits into the wider vision for 2030 in that story as well. So where do you see France fitting into what Saudi Arabia is trying to build here at home?
I think, for France, for Saudi, France has been a partner. This is today marks a century since the establishment of a very, official and formal partnership between the two countries. France fits particularly well in the economic transformation that Saudi Arabia has been leading under Vision 2030. Truly, we're talking about sectors like tourism and transport and advanced manufacturing and renewable energy, and increasingly about AI and data centers and digital infrastructure. Culture and heritage, maybe one of the most, I think, visible examples that is not one of the traditional sectors, let's say, that people think of when thinking about Saudi Arabia is Al-Ulam, a very symbolic, very important cultural and heritage-related projects that France has been involved, with since 2018. We have seen cooperation between the two countries in various sectors when it comes to Al-Ula, whether we're looking at archaeology or tourism or culture, or even urban development. So that is a very tangible example of where that partnership and cooperation has been very fruitful under Vision 2030 already. However, I think it's important also to note that Saudi Arabia is no longer in a model where it asks its European or American partners to just sell their produce or bring their expertise. It's actually asking for localization of talent. It's actually asking for localization of manufacturing, technology transfer, developing skills and job creation at home in Saudi. And that is a very important aspect of this partnership. And I think it has definitely been discussed in the past and will be definitely discussed today as well. So I think Saudi is telling international partners, including Paris, we don't only want what you guys are producing and selling, we actually want you to participate in what we are building as part of, this ambitious, historic, project that is Vision 2030 that is unfolding in a number of sectors in the economy of Saudi Arabia.
While we are on air, we're obviously waiting to find out more details about these deals, but we're hearing potentially $10 billion worth of deals. Is this economic relationship actually probably as, if not more important than the political one that exists now?
I think, Jono, I think it's fair to say that, the economic relationship is being really the center and is becoming one of the foundation of the political relationship between Saudi and France today. The numbers are already very significant. Al Arabiya has been reporting, a 10 billion headline number. However, I think it's the nature of the investments that is even more important than the headline number. We're talking about, a cooperation in a various number of sectors where Saudi Arabia sees its future. That includes, obviously, obviously AI and digital infrastructure and tourism and advanced manufacturing, energy and logistics, there is a clear interest in pushing this economic cooperation beyond the traditional sort of sectors that we have seen in the past. And we are seeing that in real life unfold today. This is becoming a much more, it's fair to say, strategic economic partnership rather than simply trade between two long-time partners.
Now, the Crown Prince, this is his first trip since the defence agreement with Turkey and Pakistan. So what do you make of that as well? Because I think Europeans' counterparts are looking at Saudi slightly differently than they would have been before that agreement as they head into this meeting in France.
I mean, sitting in London and hearing what comes out of London, but also hearing what comes out of European capitals, there was clear interest towards the Mecca alliance that was announced over the past few weeks, couple of weeks actually. And I think France, like its other European partners, think that it says something about how Saudi views its own security and regional security architecture today. I think the alliance with Turkey and Pakistan is really significant. It contains, the collective defense principle, which was very important, but also it is not signaling to the West, to France, to the UK, to Germany, to the US, to any other partners that it's actually, pulling away or turning away from these traditional partnerships. It's just reflecting something maybe broader. Riyadh is diversifying its security partnerships exactly like it's diversifying its economy. And I think that is very important, and that is being noted by European capitals, including by Paris. And that is what actually makes Saudi Arabia really important to the European capitals. And I think that this is something that, we'll see Paris and Riyadh converging on. It is important to remember that France has been calling for quite some time today for something that it calls strategic independence. And that is in relation to Washington DC, and to the hegemony of really the American defense industry in Europe, really. And then therefore the defense and security architecture that we see in Europe regionally. So I think that is something that speaks to Paris particularly compared to its other allies in Europe. So this is definitely something that both capitals will aim to discuss, and this will, support their defense and security partnerships more than anything else, really.
Najla, before I let you go, President Macron saying the two countries have already achieved a lot together, but they can go further. So what does this further, as referenced by President Macron, what does that look like? Where do you think, or where do you envisage this relationship going to next?
I believe that, it is probably going to be anchored within what the security or the new strategic partnership council will work on, and I think there are three main sectors that we can think about where cooperation and partnership will be pushed towards integration between Paris and Riyadh. I think energy is one. Clearly the relationship is clearly expanding beyond oil and petrochemicals into renewables, which are absolutely essential in Saudi's Vision 2030 economic transformation strategy. Also hydrogen, electricity networks, carbon capture, and potentially in the future, why not, civilian nuclear energy, in which France is obviously a leader. Another sector would be technology. Obviously, Saudi-French cooperation is already moving towards AI. It's already moving towards robotics, computing, infrastructure, data governance, establishment of data centers, etc. And maybe the third sector that is already very, very active, but will definitely see more, strategic integration between the two countries will be diplomacy. I mean, again, Saudi is absolutely essential in for France's key priorities in the Middle East. I mean, whether we're looking at Lebanon, Gaza, maritime security, or other regional issues, Saudi has been absolutely instrumental in France's priorities in the region. So I think these three sectors, we will see more partnership, and we will see that partnership slowly move towards greater integration through the Strategic Partnership Council in the next few weeks, months and years.
Well, Najla, there we must leave it. Thank you so much for joining us, Najla Habriri. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jono.
Now, as well as today's discussions on defence and energy, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman also attended the awards ceremony for the 2026 Esports World Cup in Paris alongside the French president. This year's tournament was held in the French capital city and included more than 2,000 players from 200 clubs in 100 countries. Here's French President Emmanuel Macron.
So, no, I want wanted to take a few minutes of your time, and I imagine how busy you are, but with the ministers, we wanted to use this opportunity first to thank you to be part of this cup and this game, and it was, I mean, we are very happy and we're very proud to host in Paris such an event. But as well to have your feedback, very directly and genuinely, first, everything you want to express and to share. And as well for us to improve and to unique. So I'm yours. Very direct.
All right, let's get the latest on this from broadcaster and Olympian joining me in the studio, Samantha Murray. Great to have you on the show as always, Sam. First of all, look, Saudi Arabia launched the Esports World Cup. That was in 2024, and then they had that initially last summer. Paris has now hosted this edition. I guess from a Saudi Arabia perspective, it's good for the organisers to see how a city like Paris would handle something like this, a global sporting event.
Yeah, there's definitely that piece that Paris has hosted events excellently over the decades, and most recently the Olympic Games in 2024 with the Olympic and Paralympics. It was an excellent execution of an Olympics, that's for sure. But there is a two-way exchange here. Saudi Arabia has been the home to the Esports World Cup. They've created it, it's grown here. And in that process, there was always the plan to export it. Mike Maccabee, the COO of the Esports Foundation, has explained earlier today that esports always plan to go global in order to reach more fans and export into wider audiences, essentially. And so what's happened here is Saudi have grown a sport, they've developed it, they've created the property of it, and now they've taken it global to Paris. So there's been a real opportunity in this very late move to Paris. I think it was just in May, the 20th of May, when it was announced it was moving from Riyadh to Paris. And there was huge logistical elements taking place there to make that happen. And that was part of the esports community, the Esports Foundation and Saudi Arabia all coming together to make that happen.
Which is very impressive to see it from that point of view, because in the next 10 years, Saudi Arabia is going to be hosting some enormous events, as we know, FIFA World Cup 2034, World Expo taking place in 2030 as well. Esports, I guess, is a useful testing ground for these kind of large format events to see how we can deliver upon them and see how they can actually pan out here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think so. There's also the element of, with the FIFA World Cup, it's the biggest global sporting event. And when you put it into perspective, Saudi is going to host that in 2034, 48 nations in just one nation. We haven't yet seen that. That is a huge ask. However, the stadiums are currently being built and developed. We have Qiddiya City with a planned Mohammed bin Salman Stadium that's going to seat 46,000 people, and it's being developed with AI technology and fan experience in mind. We've also got King Salman Park with the King Salman Stadium. That's going to be the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony venue. And then we're seeing projects like the Riyadh Metro is expanding, and that's going to be really important for moving spectators around this city. So whilst it's a massive ask to think, right, a huge World Cup coming to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia in 2034, there are great plans taking place. And the opportunity is that Saudi now has 8 years to really immerse itself in the technology advancements and make them the fore and centre of their big events in the future.
Well, let's talk about the event that just happened. Both the Saudi Crown Prince and President Macron attended the final of that, which was impressive to see. Great pictures that are emerging that we've seen on our screens. I guess that tells us esports is becoming part of that much wider relationship that we're seeing between Saudi Arabia and between France as well. I mean, I'm not just talking about sport. I mean in terms of events, in terms of investments, in terms of culture. There's a bigger picture at play here.
There's a lot more going on, but essentially esports has a huge fan base, a young fan base and a digitally native fan base. So people are watching all over the world, and there's an opportunity to really understand how to stream, offer social media content and make it digitally accessible in terms of a sporting event. And that's something that Saudi Arabia are doing very well at the moment with their streaming platforms of events here. But when you see these big names shoulder to shoulder, yesterday evening in the Grand Palais, Paris, Gianni Infantino was there, FIFA president, Macron, Mohammed bin Salman, all side by side. what's bringing them together, I think there's a bit more than just the gaming. Now, France and Saudi, as your previous guest explained, have a very close relationship. Sport has often been used as an architect for modern diplomacy. And so it offers a nice pivot into different conversations and relationships to broaden. And when you consider that France, for example, has strong ties with Saudi Arabia in terms of technology, infrastructure, but also defence. France is the world's second biggest defence exporter, and Saudi Arabia is one of the world's biggest importers of arms. And so there's important strategic relationships taking place there. And under the umbrella of esports world championships, that's a good moment to have those conversations.
Well, we can see live footage right now from Elysee in Paris, in France, where French President Emmanuel Macron and MBS are both about to sign what we believe to be about $10 billion worth of deals. They're the images that we're seeing right now on our screens. Taking it back to the esports final, Sam, Cristiano Ronaldo was there as well, of course, one of the most recognisable athletes in the world, a Riyadh resident here at Al Nassr, where he currently plays. Seeing him at the esports final, from my point of view anyway, I think that underlined that connection that Saudi is building between esports and traditional global sports more than anything else.
Yeah, and Cristiano Ronaldo extends to those different areas. He is a sporting icon globally, but he's known now for entertainment, for investment, for football, and he's a big fan of esports. So he's combining them both together and bringing that together, making the esports more than just a gaming event and tapping into younger audiences, which is what I think anyone in the business of sport understands, that it's about navigating digitally how they can sell sport, make it accessible for everyone who's not stepping into the stadiums, and keep younger audiences engaged and purchasing tickets and experiences of their sport into the decades yet to come. But Cristiano Ronaldo, he has that sort of je ne sais quoi. He just brings the X factor to these moments, and when he's at an event, most of the world pays attention. So it's really significant that he was there, and of course he has that strong connection with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He's a resident here in Riyadh, the Al Nassr connection as well. It all plays in perfectly to what Saudi Arabia is trying and doing very well to create.
I have to ask you, as an Olympian, I have to ask this question. Do you think that we're eventually going to see something like esports at the Olympic Games, or is there an entirely separate market for that in its own entity?
I think the Olympics and esports will gradually move closer together. Now, in 2024, there was actually an agreement to create an esports Olympics, essentially, and Saudi Arabia were part of that process. However, there were difficulties in actually making it into something because of the Olympic values and then what gaming is right now. And so that was dropped in 2025, and it was mutually agreed on both sides that they would walk away from it. Now, Saudi Arabia has developed its own esports ecosystem, and the Olympics are evaluating how esports could feature in their program one day, because the IOC always has to evolve and has to appeal to younger generations. Now, part of the sticking point and the problem with esports is it doesn't have an international governing body. So unlike athletics and swimming that is governed under one international umbrella, esports isn't. The individual games have their own commercial owners, and that poses issues such as rules, fair play, accessibility, and commercial ownership of the sport itself. And so that's why, in terms of policies, it couldn't fit within the Olympic ecosystem. And then there was also the element of Olympic values. The three main values are friendship, respect, and excellence.
I mean, esports arguably has all three of those in there. And
those athletes do, there's the big arguments to say how physically fit they have to be, their levels of concentration, and their skills with their hands and also feet.
I mean, the dexterity is incredible. I guess what the question is, if you can take the broadcaster hat off for 1 second and put on the Olympian hat, how would you think that other Olympians would feel about sharing the stage with esports?
It's a really difficult one. I mean, it's not something I'm into personally as an Olympian, and from what I did in the Olympics, it's a long way from that. But we just have to accept that the Olympic Games, in order to be relevant, has to has to progress forward, and there are millions of people consuming this sport. Like you can't ignore that. But does it encompass the elements of the Olympic movement that I pride, that are non-discrimination, fair play, and non-violence? And some of these games are extremely violent, and that was what was problematic for the Olympics.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. So that was one of the sticking points more than anything else. That's impressive. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's why that was one of the sticking points that meant that they couldn't have these games in the Olympic Games. And I think for athletes, though, it will just challenge your athletics athlete, your swimmer, because then you've got these esports athletes who are earning millions of dollars. The prize money, the prize fund at the Esports World Cup last night was up to $73 million. So it's huge money in this, huge money. Compare that to swimming, where there's very little up for grabs when you're at a Swimming World Championships. And so for these traditional Olympic sports, you kind of think, well, what am I doing this for? And, you know, I'm being replaced with something that's just technology, younger audiences, and doesn't carry the values of what I set out to do in the beginning. And that's the difficulty. What is the Olympics? Is it about athleticism, or is it about a digital identity?
Well, there we must leave it. Samantha, it's been a pleasure to chat to you and very insightful as always. Samantha Murray, Olympian broadcaster, thank you for joining us. Now, the US Treasury Secretary has threatened Iran with the greatest financial offensive ever marshalled as the US plans fresh sanctions against anyone trading with Tehran. Writing in the Financial Times, Besant promised economic D-Day for Iran. In response, they have vowed to halt an oil export from the Gulf country if the economic war continues. They've called the US sanctions a sign of desperation. We're going to go live to Washington now and speak to US economist Patrick Clausen, who is the director of the Iran program at Washington's Institute for Near East Policy. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. Yet that strong wording there, economic D-Day, that is a dramatic language to use, because Iran has been living with these American sanctions for many, many decades now. So what do you think the US could actually do that it hasn't already tried out?
There's what's called secondary sanctions, which would be sanctioning those countries that are dealing with Iran. And the idea would be that by applying these secondary sanctions, that the United States could force the companies in those countries to stop dealing with Iran. That's about the center of the Besant's program.
Let's talk about how valuable or vulnerable even Iran's economically at this point as well. So 6 months of conflict in, the economic position for Iran right now, there's another major round of sanctions on the way. Could that actually change Tehran's stance in its current policy on this war?
Well, Iran's economy is in terrible shape. You may recall that in January, well before the war, there were widespread protests that were started by the bazaar merchants and joined in by many ordinary people because of continual cuts in electricity, because of threatened cuts in natural gas for heating, because of rampant inflation, and because of corruption. All that was before the war. So this economic situation has gotten a lot worse. However, Iran's leaders don't particularly care about that. They're not particularly attuned to the economic suffering of the ordinary people. And indeed, many of the hardliners who count the most in making decisions in Iran have quite ignored the economic problems that the war has caused for ordinary people. We've hardly ever heard the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei make any reference to the economic suffering that the war is causing for ordinary Iranians. So to think that they're going to change their policies on an issue which they hold is very important to them, just because the ordinary people are suffering, well, that's pretty optimistic.
Well, look, the economic state of Iran right now, it kind of speaks for itself. And even when we first started this war, we saw the currency at, I think it was 1.5 million Iranian rial to $1. That's now looking more like 2 million for every $1, which is a crazy rate. If we look at the sanctions and who's actually paying attention to these, a lot of this might come down to China, because if China continues to buy Iranian oil, how much of Washington's economic D that we're hearing about today is actually possible?
What the United States can probably do is to reduce the amount of money that Iran gets for each barrel of oil sold to China. The Chinese purchases of Iranian oil are mostly these small refineries what we usually call teapot refineries, and they're always looking for a good deal. And so if they cut the amount that they pay Iran, that's going to reduce the resources that Iran has. And furthermore, if the way in which the oil gets to Iran has to become quite roundabout, with the oil transferred at sea from one ship to another, again, this will reduce the amount of money that Iran gets. So even if China doesn't totally cut off its purchases of Iran's oil, but the amount of money that Iran gets for each barrel delivered to China is much less, that's going to cause real problems for the Iranian economy.
Let's talk about the wider economic ramifications here, because if the US starts punishing countries and companies that continue to trade with Iran despite those trade sanctions, is there a danger that this starts causing significant economic pain well beyond Iran and its borders?
Pretty much the only country that is going to feel that kind of pain, because Iran is such an important trade partner, are its immediate neighbors, especially Iraq and the United Arab Emirates. And the United Arab Emirates has already decided that it is so angry with Iran because of the Iranian attacks on the UAE that it's ordered an end to economic ties with Iran. So that leaves Iraq. And it's no question that there are a lot of businesses in Iraq which are quite dependent upon their trade with Iran and which could feel real pain. The United States has been pressing Iraq for quite some time to reduce its economic ties with Iran, and there has been some reduction, since proposing to force Iraq to do a whole lot more.
Patrick, we've had a few weeks without major US-Iran strikes at the moment. Could this move toward economic pressure create some space for diplomacy, which seems to be all important? Or is piling up pressure like this on Tehran actually making them get back to the table a bit more difficult?
Well, the Iranians, like Mr. Trump, want to be able to claim that however this conflict ends, that they were the victors. And so we need to find some way in which there can be a deal in which each side can claim that they're victors. And the Iranian leadership is extremely confident. And so they feel that if Washington turns up the pressure, they too can turn up the pressure by launching more attacks on vulnerable countries like the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. So we may be in for a rough ride.
Patrick, there we must leave it. Patrick Clausen in Washington, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, Britain's Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has travelled to Ukraine today. It's his first foreign visit since becoming leader. Burnham chaired a coalition of the willing meeting, as well as announcing the UK's plans to share blueprints for long-range missiles. Here's what he had to say earlier.
Well, we're unwavering in our support, and that is why I am here, to send that very clear message to the Ukrainian people on their Independence Day, their 35th Independence Day. And we are just continuing what we've done from the start. We have been there from the start, providing that backup support, and this is technical support, going with what we've been doing from the very start. And we'll continue to do that. Nothing will change that. Who started the fire? That's the question, isn't it? Ukraine did not do that. Russia began this illegal invasion, and that is absolutely clear, and they could stop it at any given time. Britain will never be a fair weather friend. People would expect me to be out here showing our unflinching support.
All right, let's get the thoughts and opinions of security and defence analyst Tobias Elwood. Tobias, great to have you on the show as always. Look, Britain isn't just giving Ukraine missiles here, it's giving them something far more important, the blueprints to build them themselves. That's a big step.
It is indeed. These are complex weapons. The French have already stepped forward. Storm Shadow's scalps are more or less the same thing, but they allow Ukraine to hit Russia at range, deep into Russian territory. And why this upsets Putin is because it lets the ordinary Russian people become aware that the war continues. They're listening to state media that's telling them it's all going well in Ukraine. And now we're going to see more long-range missiles coming in from Ukraine as Ukraine itself is able to develop these complex weapons. But beneath the surface, other things are happening here. Firstly, sadly, we have a thoroughfare of prime ministers going through number 10. That doesn't matter in one sense, because you've now heard Andy Burnham commit himself again, following other prime ministers, to say, we're going to stand with Ukraine. We're going to be there. And the fact that we're now actually sharing the blueprints as well of this missile technology, but it also suggests that we're running out of missiles ourselves because we're burning through them. So we're having to allow Ukraine to build them too. But we should also, and this is the setback here, expect Russia, Putin himself, to somehow retaliate against Britain. We should bear in mind that the British ambassador in the UK has been recalled, the Russian ambassador has been recalled from Britain because already of drones, British drones being used by Ukraine. And now we see the British Prime Minister confirm that long-range missiles will be part of a package of support. So whatever angle you look at, the war continues to escalate.
Tobias, let me pick you up and quote, if I may, your own ex-account from today, where you said Britain should brace for what you referred to as grey zone retaliation from Russia, and that they are woefully unprepared for it. What are you worried about? What are you worried that Russia might do here? And what are we talking about? Do you think it's cyber attacks? Is it sabotage? Is it disruption to things like critical infrastructure? What should Britain actually be preparing for, do you think?
Yeah, we have a very dated view of warfare, I'm afraid, still in Britain. And you just summarised exactly where warfare is going. It's not in battlefields afar. It's the ability of countries like Russia to affect the British economy, to cause harm to our economic ability, to sow political discord that could be disrupting undersea cables or big cyber attacks. We had a massive cyber attack against Land Rover Jaguar. It cost the company £1 billion, had to be bailed out by the government. And that's in denial at the moment. We're not even admitting that this is what Russia does. And yet it escalates. So Cold War in a grey zone form is already here, but we're pretending it isn't. And that's the concern I have, is the fact that we are not prepared for this new form of warfare that Ukraine and other countries are actually affected by every single day.
Tobias, this is Burnham's first trip abroad, at least as Prime Minister, and he's chosen Ukraine. He chose it because today, 35 years ago, since independence from the Soviet Union, that is quite a statement in itself, isn't it? What do you think he's trying to signal here that maybe his predecessor did not?
Well, I'm not sure any predecessor would suggest that they were not committed to Ukraine. I would go further to say that it was thanks to Boris Johnson and Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, when the war started, that we were the first to break the hesitance, the risk averseness to support Ukraine, because countries were spooked by the rhetoric that was coming out of Moscow, if you remember, suggesting that this could escalate into something nuclear. Well, Britain has been there from the very, very start. And what we're seeing Andy Burnham do is continue that commitment. I would go a bit further and say that the new Prime Minister's understanding or grasp of international affairs is not as good as his domestic commitments. Since he's come into office, he's made a lot of domestic promises, but nothing on the geopolitical or defense and security side. So I hope this will, on this trip, it will waken him up to the fact that Ukraine is doing the fighting for Europe and for Britain. And we ourselves need to upgrade our defenses and spend more on defense.
They have the blueprint, or at least they should do by the end of today. From that point of view, how realistically long will it be before Ukraine can actually make their own missiles? Because, of course, the blueprint was shared for the Patriot defence missile system, which we know about from a couple of weeks ago from the US, but that is going to take some 2 years to get that up and running from a productions point of view. Have you any intel on how quickly Ukraine could potentially be turning out British blueprinted missiles?
You're right to say that these are complex weapon systems, whether it's air defence, such as Patriot, or indeed attack, such as Scalp and Storm Shadow. But I tell you one thing that has surprised everybody across the world is just the pace, the speed in which Ukraine can take an idea and put it into operation faster than anybody else. Their procurement systems are second to none, the best in the world. So I wouldn't be surprised whether they're actually producing Scalp and Storm Shadow in its current form, or indeed something very, very similar indeed. They are phenomenal in creating something more or less out of nothing, because they have to, because they're at war.
Tobias Elwood, there we will leave it, but thank you so much for joining us on W News.
Thank you.
A reminder once again of our top stories this evening. Saudi's Crown Prince continues his trip to Paris as the Kingdom and France are expected to agree deals worth more than $10 billion. The US Treasury Secretary threatens Iran with economic D-Day, with the US planning fresh sanctions against Iran's trading partners. And the UK Prime Minister visits Ukraine on their Independence Day, sharing those all-important blueprints for creating long-range missiles. And that's all from us on W News for now. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And as always, you can follow us on X for the latest. We're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond.
That we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English. Trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on The Real Deal. Our guest today is the youngest person we've ever welcomed onto the programme, and she represents a generation growing up alongside one of the most ambitious economic and social transformations anywhere in the world. Linda Al-Faisal is a Saudi media ambassador. She's also the host of the Linda and Vision 2030 podcast, where she speaks to people helping to shape the kingdom's future and asks what those changes mean for young Saudis. Well, she's already appeared on some of the kingdom's biggest stages, including the MISC Global Forum and the Joy Awards. So what does Vision 2030 look like through the eyes of a Saudi teenager? Which sectors does she see the most potential in? And how has the vision affected her own life? And what are her own ambitions for the future? Well, Linda Al-Faisal is here with me in the studio to answer those questions and more. Linda, welcome to The Real Deal. Thanks for coming to see us.
Thank you so much.
As I said, you are the founder and the host of Linda and Vision 2030 podcast. Yes. You're also a Saudi media ambassador. I wanted to ask you first, what sort of things do you discuss on your podcast and with whom?
Well, first of all, my podcast talks about Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, its future, and its youth, women empowerment, and so many different sectors in the vision. I aim to inspire people my age to take these opportunities and use them and so they can make their future brighter. And I want to change something people my age always think is that the vision is only for important people, for ministers, people who have high roles. But actually, it's also here for us to empower us, to give us a brighter future. So I'm trying to correct this mindset, and as well interview people who are either working in the vision or whatever they do is what the vision provides, so they can inspire them, hear their stories, give them advices, and so on.
Why did you decide you wanted to launch a podcast?
Well, the first reason, as I said, because they think it's for high people. And the other thing is that they're like somehow scared and they don't really have the confidence. So I'm here also trying to tell them I'm the same age as you and I'm already doing all of this and I'm not scared and I'm confident because the vision has empowered us. So if I'm not scared and I can do it, then you can do it as well. And I started this like at 2024, December, November, something like that.
Right, I mean, there are not many people your age who feel comfortable standing on a stage in front of lots of people, coming on television programs, big audiences. How did you get started?
Well, of course, it is normal for us like to feel nervous before going to stage, like doing interviews or anything like that. But like presenting, public speaking has been always my passion since I was ever a kid. I always used to stand in front of the mirror and act like my favorite presenters. And I believe if you have like the passion for something, you will find yourself either 100% or even 10%. You find yourself, you know how to do it and you're confident. But for the people who doesn't have the confidence, I believe confidence comes from constantly showing up and learning from your mistakes. And always, they'll be always asking me, why am I so confident? It's because I never wait to feel ready till I do something. I just go for it. As long as you have the message you want to share, that's what's the most important thing. And as well, don't focus on being, how do I look? Because once you focus on that, you're going to get nervous and forget everything you're going to say.
Have you got a mentor or a role model that you follow? Who is that person?
If you ask every Saudi person, you're going to mostly hear the same name, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He really inspires me in every way, the way he speaks, the way he thinks, whatever he does. Because also one day, inshallah, in the future, I would love to represent Saudi Arabia the way he does, the way he thinks and do everything, the way he also made Vision 2030 to transform Saudi Arabia into the better place and being in the highest places. So I really, really hope one day I can represent it the way he does.
I'd like to talk to you a bit about Vision 2030. From your perspective, how have you seen it change the country?
I would say 180 degrees. Well, people who are older than me, they told me back then when they used to visit Saudi Arabia in the 2000s, I wasn't born yet, but they kept telling me that Saudi Arabia was really different. It was really strict. Some of the women didn't really have rights and so many things were kind of terrible. But right now, compared to the past, has really changed. You know, more opportunities. Saudi Arabia is competing globally. So many interesting things, whether in jobs, tourism, and so many other things. And yeah, I'm really proud of this. And it always makes me ask, what do I want to add to this transformation instead of just watching it happen? And it's really interesting because I'm not reading this in history books. We're actually living in it.
And how has it affected your own life from a personal point of view, the Vision 2030?
I would say in every way, because I believe our journey, most of the people who are my age, would have been more challenging without the vision and the opportunities. I think there would be a lot of challenges, small hardships and things we couldn't do. But thank God, as I said, we were born in a time where Vision 2030 is already here and giving us everything we need. So yes, it did definitely had a big impact on my life, especially to the place where I am in today, because it provided us spaces where we get to share our voice and say that we exist and we have something to share right over here.
And you're doing that because you're doing your podcast. You're talking about Vision 2030 all the time. And we do that too on this program. In fact, we talk a lot about the giga projects, the mega projects. Is there one project that you're really particularly excited about?
Of course, I would say Diriyah, because it's not just because it's a historical place here in Saudi Arabia. It's actually the reason, one of the reasons why Saudi Arabia is where it is today. It's the story of Saudi Arabia. And I really love no matter how we transform, develop, or change, we always keep our heritage and culture in one place. We never get rid of it. And that's really important because that's what makes each country stand out. And I'm also really excited about Aqua Arabia, Six Flags, and these interesting places. I would really love to go with my bestie. I've never been there, but I really think it's a really great place for tourists to come and explore. And that also makes more connections here in Saudi Arabia and friends. You can make friends from different people from different countries.
Sure. I'd recommend it, actually. I've been to Aqua Arabia. It was very exciting.
Wow.
I enjoyed that.
I'm really actually excited for the roller coaster in Six Flags.
Oh, I haven't done that.
Oh, really?
I haven't done that.
Really?
No, I only went to Aqua Arabia. But let's stick to the Saudi economy. I mean, what sectors of the Saudi economy do you think are showing the most potential? Because you're talking about it all the time. Where do you see the most potential?
Well, I would say, of course, as we all know, technology and artificial intelligence, because they will reflect in so many, they will influence, in so many sectors like healthcare, sports, education, and so many other things. And like, Saudi Arabia has really strong investment and ambitious national strategies. And I think like our advantage from it will not just be because we're adopting it because it's like cool or something that everyone is using today. It's actually like to help human creativity and as well solving meaningful problems.
I'm just wondering to myself, listening to you talking, what does it feel like as a young Saudi person to see your country transforming right before your very eyes?
Well, as I said before, I'm not reading this in historical books. I'm actually living in it. And I'm really proud, to be honest. Like, so many women right now are becoming leaders. People my age are not afraid of doing anything. They know that their ideas can start here in Saudi Arabia, succeed, and reach to the world. And it just, I believe Vision 2030 didn't just like create projects. It gave us the confidence. Like, we're not scared to do anything more, to do anything, to be honest. And like, I think we don't have limits for our dreams. Like, even if we want to meet an alien, we can do that. We can believe in our idea and start working on it and make it happen.
We sometimes talk about aliens on this program as well, believe it or not. Now, with your huge social media following and your podcast, you are in many ways the voice and the face of this new generation that we've been talking about. You've partly answered this question already, but I want to go a little bit further. What do you think makes your generation a bit different from the generations before?
I think maybe we're really creative. We're seeing so many beautiful projects happening here in Saudi Arabia. And I think like we're ready to compete. We're not like scared, no, I won't do that, I'm doubting myself, no. And we're really ambitious, of course, because of the vision. Like we have something that believes in us, that empowered us. So I think like we're curious, ambitious, and ready to compete. And I don't think so anything scares us.
So courageous, that sums it up, doesn't it? It sounds like that's what you're saying. And I want to know about your personal goals. Where are you taking all this courage and creativity in your own life? Where do you want to head to?
Well, first of all, in my podcast, I have two goals. First is to inspire people my age and get them to be like confident and start whatever they want and not be scared, and use these opportunities of the vision, because, opportunities are not going to come all the time. It's either now or never. And for people outside of Saudi Arabia, I want to change the image they know. Saudi Arabia right now has so many things, like you can even work here, do your projects here, and even succeed. You can do something that reaches to the world, even if you just started it here in Saudi Arabia. And the third goal, it's like my personal goal. I would really love to become ambassador for Saudi Arabia and represent it like globally in its best image, and like so people would be like, wow, that's Saudi Arabia, I can see.
Well, maybe you'll watch this video again in 15 years from now and you'll have realized that dream. So you'll have to come back and give us another interview when you do.
Sure.
You are, of course, already an ambassador. You're a Saudi media ambassador, the youngest Saudi media ambassador. Just tell us a bit about that and some of your other activities briefly.
Well, I'm really happy that I got chosen by the Ministry of Media and Saudi Media Forum to be the ambassador for media, because this is something actually like really responsible to me, because media today is not just like a presenter on a news show or just like camera or you're talking. No, it's actually, it really needs different sectors. It needs like programmers, it needs script writers, so many other things. And like, media today also has like its good sides and bad sides, and rumors always just spread so fast. So I'm really hoping that I would like share Saudi Arabia's image very brightly and very in a good way to the world, and just do it very good. And also I became the youngest presenter at the Joy Awards, which I'm really proud of, because it was a forever dream. I was handpicked by His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, and I'm like really grateful for him for the way he really supports us, the youth, not just the Saudi youth, and always provides for us the spaces where we can show our voices and who we are. And yeah, and I also became like what else did I become?
You've done so many things, it's hard to remember them all.
Things. Yeah, of course. Also, like, inshallah, I'll be doing a podcast episode with His Royal Highness Sultan bin Salman. And I also was part of their event called Sand and Fun. I moderated a session there in his presence. And yeah, to be honest, there's so many things. And also, I'm really excited to be announcing I'll be part of LEAP 2026 as a speaker. I'll be talking about my journey, about the AI, youth, Vision 2030, of course. So I'm really looking forward for our our audience to be there from 31 of August till 3 of September.
Great. Well, we hope we see you there at Leigh. You've done so many things. You must be so proud.
Thank you.
I just wonder if you've got one parting message for people who are perhaps watching, perhaps your age group. What word of advice would you have for them for the future? Have you got any sort of message to them that they might want to bear in mind?
Well, I would tell you, don't wait until you're 100% ready, because waiting is what slows the progress down. You just gotta go try, even if it scares you. And I love to say this also because I was inspired by an astronaut from NASA. She kept saying, do what scares you. And I really love to do that. So just do what scares you. It's okay. We only live once. Let's try as many things as we can. And it's okay if we don't feel confident, if it feels like really new, but you know you're capable of doing that. As long as you have like the intelligence, you have the mind for it, everything, then what are you waiting for? Just go for it. And yeah.
All right, do what scares you. That's something I'm going to bear in mind myself, and I've learned a lot from talking to you during these 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you so much for coming to see us. Linda Al-Faisal, the founder and the host of the Linda and Vision 2030 podcast, and the youngest ever Saudi media ambassador. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching this special edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Thanks for watching. See you again next week. Hello and welcome to this special interview on The Real Deal. Today we're looking at the company Napster. Yes, the Napster that allowed a whole generation in the 1990s to swap MP3s for free and nearly broke the music industry in doing so. Well, today Napster does not stream a single song. Since January, the brand has been betting on everything on agentic AI. And what is that, I hear you ask? Well, I'll be putting that very question to the company in just a moment. But just to give you a clue, it's essentially an AI companion that offers real-time co-creation tools. Well, joining me now is Sam Huber, the Middle East North Africa CEO and Global President at Napster. We're going to be talking about what's left of the old Napster and what the future of the brand looks like. A very warm welcome to you, Sam. Let me put that question straight to you. What is Napster today?
Thanks for having me. Well, the first thing to note is that the old Napster, the music Napster, obviously was a separate company from a legal standpoint. And what survived of it after multiple iteration is the brand. The brand of Napster was extremely strong. It's still, very a brand that people remember and that brings back a lot of memory. But also because it stood for revolution, for challenge. This is a brand that always sided with the user and that told the labels, music labels 25 years ago that there will be another way to access music and we didn't have to go through those gatekeepers. And essentially we like the brand. This is why we acquired the brand. We acquired the company because we think that what it did for music 25 years ago, we are doing it for technology and for artificial intelligence today. There's a lot of big companies that essentially act as the gatekeepers. In technology, they ask you to trust them with your data and they give you an AI model back. But at the end of the day, who owns the data? And so we want to side with the users in that fight. We want to become a challenger brand when it comes to AI. And so we felt that Napster really embodied this fight and this mission that we have and that we set upon to succeed.
Right, so the Napster name lives on. The Napster logo lives on. Is it a cat with headphones on? I think it is. Or a fox. I can't quite remember which.
It's a modern version of that, yes.
It's a modern version of that. And it's got nothing to do with music and everything to do with AI. What would you say the value of that brand is? Can you put a value on it?
I mean, we acquired the brand about a year ago for about $200 million. Definitely the brand is more valuable now. We've managed to scale the company. We have close to 250 people globally and setting up a big presence here in the Middle East. It's still the very beginning of the race to AI, when it comes to adoption, mainly in the enterprise space. So the brand is definitely going to pick up a lot of value over the next couple of years.
In the same way that the music industry and the music streaming business became a pretty crowded market, I mean, the same could be said of AI and AI tools. You're in the market with a lot of other players. What's going to set Napster apart?
Yeah, I think we have a very unique approach when it comes to AI. We see a lot of other companies, and we think that there's two layers to what makes a great AI tool. The first one is obviously the intelligence layer, and every company is working on that. Their models are getting better and better, right? We've all used it. The part that is completely neglected is what we call the user interface layer, which is how are we actually going to engage with AI? And right now, whether it's, Google or Anthropic or all the big players, the way you interact with these incredible models is through a chatbot. You have to think about a prompt, you type a prompt, you get an output. If we project ourselves 5-10 years from now, we really don't think that this is how we will interact with AI. AI will be part of our daily lives. It's going to become like electricity, right? It's going to be everywhere, like the internet around us. You can access the internet from multiple devices. So AI is going to be the same. So our focus at a high level is really building that interface. How are we going to interact with those models? So we're not trying to compete with the models, but we're building additional tools and interfaces and even hardware on top to make this experience more natural and better. And in practice, how it looks like is we have every agent that we create, which are essentially AI that can do things for you. They all have a name, they have a face. They're essentially more people than software. They have persistent memory. And so they really become coworkers, people that you can talk to, because this is how we are used to engage in the workplace. We're not really made to talk to machines. We're made to talk to coworkers, bounce ideas, get something back, instruct them to do something, and then work together towards a goal. So we're trying to make AI more human. That's essentially what we do. And these agents can then be trained on your data, and they can act as coworkers to help you do things and grow your business.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself there, it's a matter of time, isn't it, before the director of marketing or the GM finance in a company is in fact an AI bot, for lack of a better word. I want to talk to you a bit about your presence in this region, specifically in Saudi Arabia. What is the scale and the scope of Napster's presence here in Saudi?
So we've been on the ground. I've been in the Middle East region for about 4 years. We've had a team in Saudi for the last about a year now. We are really now starting to see the fruits of that labor, being on the ground, building local partnerships. So we have a big ambition, which is to create 500 jobs in Saudi by 2030. That's our goal. That's what we're putting together, the foundation of that right now. And the focus so far has been to build relationships and partnerships with some of the key companies in the space and really build a solution that is localized to the region. One of the things that we are finding is the region has very strict policies when it comes to data sovereignty, which is great, right? Having models built here, making sure the data doesn't leak, protecting the customers in that way. But at the same time, a lot of the frontier models are actually not deployed in the region. And so we had to do a lot of infrastructure partnership and investments to make sure that Napster can actually be the first fully compliant, sovereign agentic AI company in Saudi to be able to serve the local customers.
I'm going to be asking you about some of those partnerships and agreements in just a moment in a bit more detail, but I want to ask you first what advantages you see. What advantages would you say Saudi Arabia has when it comes to the AI space?
I mean, it's an incredible forward-thinking market. We see that a lot of that stems from the global strategy that has been set, right? If you Google it, there's a clear strategy for AI, what the country wants to achieve, how many jobs want to be created, how much of a contribution to the GDP of the country should AI be. So that clear vision kind of aligns all the stakeholders underneath and makes it pretty clear what you need to do if you want to contribute. So we like that approach a lot. It's not only very motivating, but it helps also align incentives and parties. So it means that if you're a builder and if you build a solution, you know that you're going to find customers because everyone has to make that strategy come true. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been aligning our technology, localizing our models. You know, if you use our AI agents in Saudi, you will see that they look and feel like Saudi nationals. They have the right dress code, they have the right accent, the right dialects. All of these little things put together mean that we are really building a solution for the region. We're not just, a company coming from the outside and trying to sell locally. We actually built here and made for the region.
Okay, now let's talk about those agreements. Some of the headline deals between Napster and other companies include Takamul and Lenovo here in Saudi Arabia. Any details you can share on those?
Yeah, so as I said, right, those are big companies. Takamul is an innovation arm in Saudi. They essentially are tasked to find partners to help the government deliver on their innovation roadmap. And, we've been working with them on several things and several projects. And Lenovo is more on the infrastructure side. We have different engagement with them, but essentially their team is also acting as a way to go to market in the Saudi region. So we're trying to expand the resources, that we have and work with local partners that see the world the same way that we do to make a bigger impact in the region.
I don't know if it's possible, but can you calculate roughly what your market share is in Saudi Arabia?
I think it would be difficult. I mean, there's just, the main thing is there's not a lot of AI agents that have been scaled in production. There's a lot of POCs, proof of concept, right? A lot of demos being created. But if you go to any company, any business, very few actually have been rolling out AI agent at scale and can point to tangible ROI. That is our focus at Napster. We want to go past the demo. We want to go past the hype. Everyone can build a cool demo of an AI agent that, talks to you. But can you make that actually helpful for companies? And so we found that the way to do that is really to partner with those businesses. This is what we're doing with Lenovo and the others. We spend time with them. We understand the challenges. And we really think of these agents like people, like employees, hires that you have to make. So they have to be placed in the right spot. They have to be trained on the right data to actually be able to have an impact. So we're now starting to see the result of that, the ROI of that. And on top of that, we have, as I mentioned, the first infrastructure guaranteeing that we are fully compliant. The data does not leave the boundary of the countries. No other companies can do that because we're the only ones who have our own models there through our infrastructure partnership. So the market share will be very high, but the total market is going to grow exponentially over the next couple of years. And that's really what is exciting.
So it sounds like you've got no one specific target audience, a really broad audience. I mean, is there such a thing as your typical end consumer?
Yes, there is. I mean, we focus on businesses, right? So this is mainly a B2B solution. It's true that we're not focusing on a specific vertical. There's a lot of companies out there that could sell you, a marketing agent or a finance agent. We just don't think that this approach to have those agents work in silos is something that is going to work, because what is going to happen is you have companies, I call them Frankenstein companies, because they've patched multiple agents. The marketing department hired an agent to do something. The finance department hired an agent to do something else. But these agents do not talk to each other. They're almost like, they can't communicate because they're from different companies. And so as a result, they're not aligned with the global priorities of the company. They might be aligned with the department priority, which might clash with the overall company priorities. So we don't think this is a way to do it. We think that these agents that you can plug in 5 minutes, you can also remove them in 5 minutes. The impact is not there. So we provide this centralized operating system. All the agents talk to each other. They're part of the same system and they coexist with humans. This is another very important point. We do not believe that AI is going to replace people. We believe that they're going to augment people. So we share the same vision that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has, which is a vision of abundance, that the goal of AI is not to do the same with less, it's actually to do more. And so this is why we're building our solution in this way.
That's some reassurance, probably for our viewers who must be wondering whether they're going to be out of a job with Napster and others like you coming to town. I mean, do you think perhaps AI has more applications still in the kind of back office field? And by that I mean sort of, in your particular example, tech support, or maybe in the finance department, or when it comes to perhaps doing some of the more sort of procedural things? Or do you think it's more in the creative realm? Where do you see it more applicable at this stage?
I think this was the low-hanging fruits. This was the obvious way to get started. And there's really two ways that you can deploy AI. The number one way, which is what everyone's doing, is to think about internal productivity. So, you're doing 10 million a year with 100 people. How can you do 10 million a year with 50 people? This is how people think about it. That's not how we think about it. We think this is a very destructive and reductive mentality because there's only a limited amount of efficiencies that you can find. What's more exciting is to think, okay, we're making this amount in revenue. How can we triple the size of the company, quadruple the size of the company in a way that we wouldn't be able to do organically because we don't have the resources to hire actual humans, but we could deploy agents that are managed by humans to expand the marketing team from 2 people to 10 people plus agents. So this is how we're thinking about it. Again, it's this idea that AI is really here to create abundance and help us do more and generate more revenue and grow businesses and help more people. And so, from that perspective, this is the way that we think of AI. And so AI can be used to talk to customers. We have this great case study with Formula One, one of our global clients, where we've been deploying an agent on their website to sell tickets. So this is not about finding efficiencies or to cut jobs. It's to help customer, actually book tickets and help them with their order faster. And that has yielded incredible results. So there are ways to deploy AI in a positive way, which doesn't mean that, we're cutting down jobs or we're actually cutting down the size of the economy.
Right. It sounds like improving what's there, augmenting what humans can do, and obviously boosting productivity. And when you speak to clients or potential clients, do you have any numbers in mind that you can put past them and say, if you adopt our offering, you'll see productivity increase by X%? Do you have a number you can give us?
We have, yes. Obviously, it's different for every client. And again, we're not going to plaster a number that is the same for everybody. That would be disingenuous. A lot of other companies do that, but we really believe that the way you deploy AI is the same way that you hire people. So it has to be done thoughtfully and in the right way. But just to give you an example, with other clients, we were able to increase the average cart value by 56%. So the average order is 56% higher because you have an AI agent that is able to upsell the right product at the right time in a way that people organically on the website might not be aware that those things can be brought together. So this is one of the examples. We've also had increase in engagement and productivity of 35%, which means that you can essentially do 35% more with the same resources. Again, it depends on the use case, depends on the industry. But if you deploy AI the right way, you can find actual gains. And I think this is the next frontier that every company in the region, but also globally, has to prove. Every company has invested money. Now, where's the return? Where's the ROI? And very few companies are able to actually show the numbers.
Okay, I was going to ask you whether Napster would consider a return to the music world, but it doesn't sound like you've got any plans in that direction at all. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Just a last question. I mean, do you think people who are familiar with Napster and the way it used to work in the old days when it was a music streaming business will have any sense of familiarity or a sense of feeling at home when they use this new AI platform?
I mean, it's a different company, different offering. I think it's the brand definitely is there. Every time we mention Napster, like when you saw the name, it brought memories, and it's a brand that has a lot of emotion attached to it because it kind of broke down the gatekeepers of music, enabled a whole generation to access music a different way. And by the way, the Spotify and Apple Music wouldn't exist if it was for Napster. Napster really pioneered the way. So I think from that perspective, the brand is very strong, and we hope to make a similar impact, but an order of magnitude higher, because this time it's not just the rights of music that is at stake. It's the right of you owning your own data, having access to intelligence in a way that is not just gatekept by some big companies, but anyone should be able to access that. Every business should be able to own their data and, be able to use this incredible tool to their advantage.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and for telling us about this new incarnation of Napster. Sam Huber, the Middle East North Africa CEO and Global President of Napster. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
President Trump this morning seems to have been facing a bit of pressure back home and has come out saying that we're not going to put a cent into this reconstruction fund. And I think Vice President Vance has been talking about the Gulf Coast states, presumably the GCC, being the ones that pay up in terms of this $300 billion number that is floating around. Would you put money into Iran? And do you think that is a necessary part of the equation for regional stability? I mean, how do you deal with that after what you have faced over the last 2 months, the bombings, the military campaign, the fact that it was initiated by the US and Israel, and now they're saying that you guys are the ones that are going to have to pay, and Iran, on the other hand, that has bombed you and is now expecting that again, you'll be the ones to pay?
First of all, I have no details on this fund. I have no information or insight into the concept behind it, so I can't comment on it specifically. But what I will say is, as you mentioned, as a result of this conflict, Iran attacked not just the kingdom, but all of the countries of the GCC. That has created a significant gulf of trust, a significant gulf, a significant loss of trust between all of us. We were just in the beginning process of rebuilding our relationship with Iran as a result of the Beijing understanding after a significant period where we had broken off relations. And that was only just starting to really gather momentum, and we were starting to at the edges, explore potential areas of opening up on economic cooperation and things like that. And I think we are now, actually, we have since then regressed, and we're going to have a conversation how we rebuild that trust, how we rebuild that relationship before any concept of economic cooperation, mutual investment or anything like that can rationally be addressed. And I suspect that similarly goes for many of the GCC countries as well. And you have to, that, we in the kingdom, we have a very ambitious, in domestic investment program. We have our public investment fund, our main vehicle for investment, has a long-term strategy that was actually just approved, and they have so they have already committed their funding streams to areas that are targeted at our domestic economy. Whether there is anything available to invest beyond that is something that I don't know. That's up to the relevant ministers on the investment side, on the economic side. But even before we can look at that as an option, there's going to have to be a rebuilding of trust and a rebuilding of relationships. And then maybe there is eventually in the future some pathway to greater economic cooperation and investment between Iran and the kingdom and the GCC. Certainly, in an ideal world, that's what we aspire to. This is, as I said, when we were working to, normalize our relations after the Beijing understanding, it was a focus. We had started gradually. It started, in opening up for visitors from Iran and starting to look at reopening trade relations. All of that. That in itself was not an easy journey. And this has now regressed. So we're going to have to start some of that over. And it's a conversation we will have bilaterally with the Iranians, but it's also, I think, part of the very important dialogue that's going to have to happen in the context of a regional security framework. So I think we are quite early days yet before talking about, any real economic cooperation between Iran and its neighbors. Although that in the long term should be the objective and the goal.
But the bet will still be from the kingdom one of regional diplomacy. You led a process of re-engagement with Iran over recent years, having gone through a very contentious, cold, almost hot conflict in different theaters. We've now gone through this new war. Do you see the kingdom pushing that again? Are you going to lean hard into that? Do you think that actually the only way forward is diplomacy? We have a lot of people talking about the need to boost defense mechanisms in the Gulf. There are some states looking to take a more assertive stand. How do you fit into that equation in terms of how we stabilize the region in a meaningful way?
Look, the reality is you can't have effective diplomacy without a strong deterrent and a strong resilience to be able to deal with potential threats and challenges. So we're going to have a dual-track approach. This is absolutely certain, whether it is on building our defense capacity to ensure that we are able to face threats, whether it's from Iran or elsewhere, and also building our resilience from a logistics and economic perspective. That said, we are committed to diplomacy. This is why we supported the diplomacy that helped get us to the MOU. This is why we're going to be very actively engaged in supporting the success of the negotiations that will follow the MOU, and it's why we will work with our partners in the region to begin a regional dialogue to start the conversation about how we can overcome, again, the trust that has been lost as a result of this conflict, and how can we look to a better future, and how can we ensure that if potential flashpoints of the future can be addressed through diplomacy rather through confrontation.
Indications that we've seen of the shape of the nature of the MOU suggest that there's zero mention of regional dynamics. That was one of the reasons that I think Trump referred to when initiating the conflict, but clearly now we've narrowed it down to opening the Strait of Hormuz and addressing the nuclear issue. What does that mean for you in the fact that the region issues have been sidelined? And what does that mean in terms of how you take forward this process that you're talking about now? Are we just going to see a US-Iran nuclear track and everyone left to pick up the pieces? Or do you see those being integrated? Do you see a US role in that? Who is going to lead that process? And what does a regional dialogue possibly look like in the context where we have a number of states that have been or are pretty much still at war with each other? Missiles and drones continue to fly across the seas and the airways. How do you take this forward in the context of an MOU that completely neglects the regional dimension?
So I think one of the lessons that we learned from the JCPOA, which also ignored the regional context completely, is that if we don't address the issues that concern the region, the risk is always that any agreement on the nuclear issue becomes less secure and becomes a source of contention and a source of risk as much as addressing the nuclear issue. So I firmly believe that there is a need to address all of the issues that concern the region, so it's the nuclear issue and beyond. It may well be that there's a dual-track approach potentially where there is a US-Iranian nuclear negotiation, and I think that there is a rationale to that because it's a very complex issue on its own. But I suspect that it will be very difficult to make concrete progress on the nuclear negotiations without there being a level of engagement on the regional files that gives the confidence that allows then those negotiations to proceed correctly. And, eventually, if there is a nuclear deal, there is the issue of sanctions relief. And that, as you know, is a very complicated issue. It's complicated within the US context, and it's also complicated within the European context. And the more that the regional issues are addressed and there is a level of confidence that we are able to look towards a future where there is less risk of confrontation, the more likely it is that the potential benefits in the areas of sanctions relief can be delivered more quickly, more effectively, with less opposition, both potentially from us in the region or from the quarters in the US and in Europe.
Putting aside the question of normalization with Israel that you've in the past made very clear is tied to Israeli steps on the creation of a Palestinian state, presumably Israel needs to be part of that regional conversation if it's to be durable and sustainable.
I mean, in the long term, that's certainly the most rational approach. Is it possible now? Is it possible with the policy approach that Israel is taking? I think there are many challenges in that. From my perspective, the region includes the Palestinians. Are the Israelis ready to sit with the Palestinians at a table to discuss regional issues? Doesn't seem to me that is a potential outcome right now. It would, I think, serve the interest of everyone to have a real discussion about how we address all of the issues of regional tension. And the core issue, the thing that drives most risk in the long term is obviously the unaddressed issue of the rights of the Palestinians, and the same goes for the issue of Lebanon, Syria, etc. So Israel is part of the region. That means they should be part of the regional conversation. But Palestine is also part of the region. They need to be part of that conversation. Are the Israelis willing to accept that? If that were the case, that would be, I think, a move in the right direction.
I want to get onto Gaza in a bit more detail in a second, but before we do that, just on the broader Israel question, there have been those that have expressed concern that Israel is going to be the one actor most opposed to this deal. And there are those that have suggested that a number of Israeli strikes in Beirut over recent weeks have been partly intended to try and disrupt the prospect of the successful completion of negotiation. How do you view the evolving U.S.-Israeli relationship? There's been reporting that Trump has essentially tried to kind of shut Netanyahu down and said, don't do this attack. There have been reports that the Americans have not been prepared to share the draft MOU with the Israeli system. Does that create pressure that can be constructively channeled toward helping regional peace? Are you worried about the fracturing there? How does one address the fact that Israel has indicated that it is not at all happy with the deal, and it clearly has the willingness and the unilateral capability to take military action that could be disruptive?
Certainly Israel has that capacity. Is it the right thing to do? I don't think so. Is it in Israel's interests? I don't think so. I think, for Israel to insist solely on the military approach in the long term will be very detrimental to Israel. So I think the reality is, when it comes to Lebanon, there is a process that the U.S. is facilitating where there's a dialogue between Lebanon and Israel. The insistence that for Israel to try and maintain some territory, some buffer in Lebanese territory, I think is not the right approach. We see that repeated as well in Syria, and of course we see that even more acutely when we look at the issue of Palestine, where whether it's the issue in Gaza, where Israel is not indicating any willingness to withdraw. Obviously, Hamas is also resisting disarming and using Israel's refusal to withdraw as a pretext for that. But if we look at the West Bank now, there is also a complete unwillingness to engage with the Palestinian Authority and a systematic dismantling of the potential for a Palestinian state. All of this only serves to raise tensions. To me, the idea that a purely military approach is viable in the long term, I think is completely incorrect and is not going to be in the interest of anyone. So I would really focus our efforts on diplomacy. And here I think the U.S. obviously has an important role to play. The U.S., given its historic strong relationship with Israel, has always had an important ability to facilitate the dialogue in a way that allows, that could possibly allow a resolution to these efforts. As I mentioned, they're trying to do this in Lebanon. I would hope that they also give additional attention to the issue of the Palestine in the West Bank, and I think there's actually some some activity behind the scenes that's quite positive on that. And the same applies, I think, now to the broader regional context. A U.S. commitment to diplomacy, but also to regional security, is critical and important. And for us, the U.S. is always going to remain the most important security partner. And I think that continues to be an important factor for stability.
Does U.S. stated in the late that one of the very unfortunate dimensions of the Iran war is that we've all turned our attention away from the unfolding tragedy on the ground there, and there are millions, hundreds of thousands suffering at great intensity, and none of us are focused on that. There does seem to be a real risk that the ceasefire process collapses. We've been stuck in phase one. We don't seem to be moving towards phase two. And there seem to be two narratives here. On the one hand, you have a narrative that Hamas did what it was supposed to do in phase one. Israel has not met its expectations for phase one. that would then move us towards phase 2, whereby Hamas would start its disarmament. You have a second narrative, which is actually that Hamas should disarm now, potentially not in accordance with the initial agreement, and that's what's needed to unlock progress. Where do you stand on that? Can we make progress? How do we break through this deadlock and move things forward, first and foremost, for the needs of the Gazans on the ground?
Look, I think the biggest challenge for Gaza, and it's something that's quite, in my view, repeated in other scenarios, is Israel's unwillingness so far to embrace the political track, to embrace the need for a political horizon for the Palestinians, whether it's the Palestinians in the context of Gaza, more broadly the Palestinians in the territories, both of West Bank and Gaza. It's the same applies in Lebanon. This minimum, there is this reinforcement of, in rhetoric and in policy of the military option, of the security option, which then obviously gives the other side, legitimately or otherwise, it's up to you to interpret, but it gives them the space to say, well, I don't have a partner that is committed to a political track, therefore I am also going to hold on to my guns, or I'm going to, continue to resist fulfilling my commitments. So this is the quandary and the conundrum we have. There is a need for both sides to live up to their commitments. Right now, both sides are not living up to the commitments. And if we stick within this, chicken and egg kind of dialogue of who came first or who's supposed to come first, I think we will abdicate the solution to those that actually don't want a solution. So I think, again, here the US involvement is absolutely key, and I'm confident that they will continue to push both on Gaza and beyond to eventually get to that discussion about a political horizon that I think will unlock a lot of these issues in a way that is beneficial, first and foremost for the Palestinians, but I believe also for the Israelis and for us more broadly in the region.
Two last questions, if I may. One of the issues we haven't talked about is the Strait of Hormuz, obviously of immense global concern that is reopened. Trump has talked about it being a precondition or a necessary condition for the MOU, but there's a real sense of uncertainty about what comes next. And the Iranians are making very clear that they expect to have some control or some assertion of sovereignty over the Strait, and are talking about a regional solution managed between them and the Omanis. If we end up in a place where there is, the Iranians are saying it won't be a toll but a service fee of sorts, is that something that the kingdom, does it expect that outcome? And can you live with that outcome for the sake of getting ships moving again?
So our position is very clear. The situation must return to the status quo before the war. There is no other option from our perspective. And if you read, and I have read more than my fair share now of analysis on what is allowed under international law and under the UN Convention for the Laws of the Sea, there is no real space for any mechanisms in the context of what the Iranians are talking about right now. And therefore, and more important than anything, the management of the Strait was working fine before the conflict. There were no issues. Ships were navigating freely. There was no safety issue. There was no environmental issue. There were no issues. So why should we now, as a result of a conflict, accept some novel arrangement that is going to be imposed on it? That to me doesn't make sense. So I think we need to go back to the way it was, and that worked fine, and that should be the end of it.
We are the European Council on Foreign Relations, and we haven't mentioned Europe once, which is a sad indictment of Europe's regional role these days. But I want to conclude with a question on that file. Europeans don't have much confidence these days in their ability to really play a regional role when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Iran. We've clearly been out of the loop, pushed aside, marginalized, divided amongst ourselves. From the kingdom's perspective, is there a role for Europe? Has that role become more important since the eruption of this conflict? And where would you see it playing out? I mean, you've got talk of a maritime naval mission by the French and the Brits. You have talk of supporting a regional security dialogue. And you also have talk of European nuclear expertise in the context of a US administration that seems to be sorely lacking in that kind of expertise. Where do you see a place in any of those areas? And can you give us a specific sense of how you could see that unfolding or looking like if Europe was to step up?
I mean, first of all, I think Europe did step up. Europe was very involved during the conflict. It's it did support many of its traditional allies in the GCC with their defense, and we are appreciative of each individual European nation that contributed in whatever way they could. They also obviously engaged diplomatically very actively, including starting work on this mission that you alluded to for the securing of the Straits of Hormuz. And I think that will have a very important, valuable contribution to the post-MOU phase, to ensuring safe navigation and also helping deal with the possible threat of mines that might be there. And beyond that, Europe will have a say, because obviously there continue to be EU sanctions that the Iranians will want to see lifted, and that will allow the Europeans to be part of the conversation. I think the European, and certainly the E3, have a lot of experience when it comes to the nuclear file that they can contribute as well. Europe, has a role to play, and I think Europe can play that role. Obviously, one challenge for Europe is, having a unified voice. That's not always the case, but I would not at all minimize the role that Europe has already played and can play in the future.
Minister, thank you so much for being with us. We've done a really rapid tour of the various regional challenges that you're facing, and we know that the next 60 days are going to be high pressure, high stakes, and obviously the risks of a relapse into violence remain strong. So thank you for sharing your thinking with us. Thank you for being in Vienna with us. And thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm joined now by Paulo Uchoa, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a close friend of Humberto. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, and my condolences for the loss of your friend. And I wondered, before we talk about his work, whether you could tell us a bit about Humberto as a person.
I would say that Humberto was a very peculiar person, because he, at one hand, he was very private, and he always wanted to maintain a very invisible personality to the world, but he was a person that had a very unique ability to connect to people, and very important people, and he was very determined to do the best he could do in his job. So he was both very private but very professional in what he did.
And his connection to Saudi Arabia was extremely strong, and that was very evident talking to him. He lived here, he died here, he's now buried here. How did that strong connection between a Brazilian man and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come about?
Because I have been friends with him for 23 years, and I had the chance to speak continuously about his experience here in Saudi Arabia, I would say that the connection was almost a coincidence of destiny. He came here in 85, or around 85, to participate in an exhibition at the very beginning of his career, and he never left. And he remained here for what I know, 41 years. And he did an incredible work in documenting Saudi Arabia from various perspectives, as you said in your introduction. But I don't think that it was anything that he ever planned. I think it came accidentally in his life. He saw the opportunities, he was passionate about the country, and then he embraced his destiny.
And, he captured and documented Saudi Arabia over the decades, capturing the kingdom's transformation from, 1980s to where it is today. What do you think his contribution was to this country?
It's difficult to say whether there is anyone else that has a work that covers Saudi Arabia as comprehensively as he did. But because very early in his career he developed a passion for the country and for the culture, he traveled the country from north to south, east to west. He visited communities. He photographed archaeological sites. So he was curious about everything, and he managed to develop one of the most incredible network of contacts I could have witnessed in this country. And I've been also coming to Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years of my career. So it was very impressive to see, this aspect of his personality.
And as I said in the introduction, his funeral service was held yesterday. It was presided over by very senior Saudi royalty. And I wondered what that tells us about how appreciated he was here.
I think Umberto was indeed very appreciated. I think the quality of work that he produced over the years is what made people look at him. I think that although he was a person with some peculiar behavior, I think he was also a very charming man, and he was a very warm man. So all of this together in one person, Umberto, made him very popular, and he did develop this incredible network from various fields of Saudi society.
I've seen several examples of his work, and we've been showing some of them to our viewers on the screen as well whilst we've been having this conversation. But I wondered if you could tell us a bit about his technique, his approach to his work, and the subjects that he captured.
He was a very meticulous photographer, from what I can say. He was detailed-oriented. He was never satisfied with second-best options. He would take as many shots, and he would go back to the place as many times as was necessary, and he would not give up until he, in his mind, thought he had gotten the perfect shot. So I think this is what makes his work so compelling, because when we see something that he finally decided to present, either in a book or in the format of a photograph, it was really the best he had to offer.
And I've seen examples of his work at the Brazilian embassy, and I just wonder whether there's one of the pieces that's hanging on the walls of your embassy or your residence that is one that you particularly appreciate.
Everything that I see about his work, either in books or on walls, usually I am very much seduced and I'm very much attracted, and I'm a big admirer. But I think there's one piece that now sits in my office at the embassy, not at the residence, which is one of these views of part of the desert that surrounds Madain Saleh Alula, which is very nice, and it's probably, from everything that I've seen, my favorite piece.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, is there an anecdote or a vignette from your encounters with Umberto that's going to perhaps be forevermore in your memory?
What was interesting and funny to watch in his behavior was when people approached him to take a photograph with him. Umberto never liked to be photographed. And the public explanation that he gave for that is that what was important in photography was what he produced, not he himself. Maybe there was something else that made him not like to be photographed, but this is what I was with him many times when people came and asked to take pictures with him, and he always refused, saying that not him, but the sceneries he photographed.
Well, I was one of those people who asked to take a picture with him, and he did not oblige with me, but I also have lasting memories of him. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. Ambassador Paulo Shoa, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
A single positive intervention can create ripples far beyond the individual, aiming to reach families, communities, and future generations.
I give people trust. I leave room for mistakes.
We help them get a job, whether paid employment or voluntary work.
There is a lot of opportunities to study.
You don't go outside with empty hands.
I started writing songs. It opened doors for me to get into projects in the Netherlands.
What we want to achieve is to prevent any further emotional harm to children caused by their father's imprisonment, and that would certainly be a good thing.
The Dutch experience demonstrates that respecting prisoners' rights and supporting their reintegration to society can play a vital role in reducing crime and creating safer communities.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. The Gaza peace process hangs in the balance. Israel has rejected a US-brokered phased approach to Hamas disarmament. Despite a lengthy emergency meeting in Jerusalem, President Donald Trump's son-in-law and special envoy Jared Kushner hasn't been able to get the Israeli government on side. It's cast doubt over whether the Board of Peace has the ability to end the conflict. For more, let's bring in US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee, welcome back to Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Melinda. Great to be back with you. I appreciate the invitation.
Special Envoy Jared Kushner spent reportedly more than 4 hours meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday. Are you expecting a breakthrough anytime soon?
You know, I honestly thought we had pretty much of a breakthrough on our meetings when we got together Monday. Tony Blair was there, Jared Kushner, Nikolai Mladenov, who is the head of the Board of Peace. It was a very good day. I read press reports later that talked about that there was disagreement and that there was even confrontation. And I'm thinking, I was in the room the entire time. I missed that. And so from my perspective of actually being there, I don't know where those reports came from, but they weren't quite accurate because, frankly, there was a clear understanding of two things. One, Hamas has to disarm and demilitarize. They have no future in Gaza. That's been the president's message from the very beginning. It hasn't changed. And the second thing was that Israel would be totally within its bounds to defend itself against attacks from Hamas. And while everyone, mostly Israel, would love to pull out of Gaza completely and get back to their own borders, they will only do so when it is safe for them to do it and make it so that their people are not vulnerable to another attack. So that was clear, and everyone agreed to that. And that on that, there was no disagreement at all.
So there may be agreement on that, but we have had the Israeli Prime Minister outright reject this plan that the US has worked so hard to get over the line with Hamas. The US-controlled Board of Peace spent months negotiating with Hamas to get it to accept this phased disarmament plan. As Ambassador, are you disappointed that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government have outright rejected it?
Well, what they rejected was the newer 15-point plan. The Israelis signed on to, accepted, and continue to accept the 20-point plan that President Trump put forward.
Indeed, that was from September of last year. But this is the US has worked so hard to get Hamas to agree to a disarmament, this phased disarmament. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has now said that that is off the table and has rejected it. Isn't that disappointing?
Melinda, he has not rejected the 20-point peace plan. What he has
rejected the disarmament deal, though, and that is part of this plan. Is that an obstacle?
I would tell you he did not reject the disarmament plan. What he rejects is that Israel would move its borders, that Israel would no longer be taking care of defending itself with the hopes that Hamas would somehow disarm. The point is, what comes first, disarmament or Israel moving? And I think what the Prime Minister has made very clear, Israel is not going to cease defending its people and its property as long as Hamas is fully armed. I mean, I would ask the question, how many guns has Hamas given up so far? The answer, 0. Not one, not a pistol, not even so much as a slingshot. So until Hamas starts giving up weapons, there's no reason to expect Israel to change its posture. And that's really what was the point of the discussion.
But isn't that exactly what President Trump and this 15-point plan is trying to facilitate? I mean, President Trump himself was so proud of getting this agreement from Hamas. As the US ambassador, do you feel like your counterparts in Israel aren't pushing for that same sort of peace?
Oh, no, they're pushing for disarmament of Hamas more than anybody because they're the ones getting shot at.
But they don't seem to agree with President Trump's idea of what it should look like.
Well, his idea of what it looks like, he's been very clear. He's never wavered. President Trump has said Hamas has to disarm, demilitarize, and they have no future in Gaza. I don't know what could be more clear than that.
President Trump has formulated what he considers to be a framework to allow that to happen. and yet Israel is saying it does not agree to that framework. Is that disappointing?
But it's not accurate. Israel has agreed to the framework that when Hamas disarms, demilitarizes, and gives up any sense that it's going to govern the future of Gaza, then this peace process goes forward. Phase 2 begins, building and construction begins to happen. But no building can realistically go forward as long as Hamas is shooting people, gathering up rockets and RPGs. Everything hinges upon one move, and that is Hamas honoring what they said they would do. What they said they would do last fall was they agreed to disarm. They agreed to demilitarize. They even were offered by the Israelis amnesty, that they could depart and go to some other country if some other country would take them. But they haven't moved. They haven't disarmed.
And yet
Not one
they
gun
have
has been given up.
agreed to the plan that has been...
Israel has, Melinda, Israel has agreed to the plan, but somebody's got to act. Agreeing to it in word, but not doing it, is not doing it at all.
And
so the agreement starts with disarmament.
So even though Hamas has said, yes, we agree to the phased disarmament. They have come out and said that. They've agreed that with the US, and we saw Special Envoy Kushner take that to the Israeli government. So if Hamas is agreeing to disarm, why won't Prime Minister Netanyahu say, OK, let's start the disarmament process, let's get the ball rolling?
That's exactly what he said in the meetings. I was there. I can attest to what he said because I was in the room.
So then why are we hearing from the Israeli government that they are not going to pull back at all until there is a 100% full disarmament from Hamas? That's very different to what President Trump has been pushing for.
I think what we're talking about is we're waiting to see Hamas make any move whatsoever. You've mentioned several times that Hamas has agreed. Well, I can agree that I'm going to jump off a 20-story building and fly to the ground. But agreeing doesn't make that possible, and it doesn't make it reality until I actually take the jump. Hamas has supposedly agreed. They agreed a year ago. But it's been a year, and they've not so much as given up a single rifle, not one pistol, not one arm of any kind, and they've continued to shoot, to fire rockets, and to try to build additional military hardware. So if that's disarmament, it's the worst definition of it I've ever seen. Everybody is waiting for Hamas, and I would tell you that that's exactly what was agreed upon and understood by Tony Blair, Nikolai Mladenov, Jared Kushner, everyone in the delegation, and me.
It sounds as
We were the ones in the room.
It sounds as if perhaps what was discussed in the room is different to what was discussed with Hamas. Are you anticipating that now we're going to have to see a negotiation on the side with Hamas to try and get them to agree to apparently what was discussed in the room on Monday? Because it seems very different to what was agreed to ahead of that meeting.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I see it as being different. The role has always been disarmament, demilitarization. They haven't done it. They haven't taken even the first step, not a baby step toward it. And I think everybody is waiting for them to give up something. You know, if they would bring 5, 10, 15,000 guns, that would be a beginning point. They probably have a couple of 100,000 guns, but have they given up any of them? No. So when they start doing that, then I believe the process can move forward and there can be real progress. But
on that,
there was no attempt at all to push Israel into a position where it makes themselves more vulnerable to being shot at by Hamas, as long as Hamas is holding every gun they've ever had.
On that, though, Ambassador, we did hear directly from Prime Minister Netanyahu saying, I'm not interested in them handing over guns. I'm only interested if they hand over every single weapon, large and small, in one hit, and then we'll consider beginning this withdrawal process. Does that sounds like a hindrance to the process? You're saying if they start giving up some guns, then maybe the process can begin. It sounds like Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't agree with you on that.
Well, I think it's a matter of semantics. The Prime Minister is not saying there won't be any progress, that it won't begin, But I think he's saying that if you're asking Israel...
He unequivocally said it will not begin. If they hand over guns, he's not interested.
Yes. What I'm explaining to you is that Israel is not going to move beyond their line of safety as long as Hamas is armed. How many guns does it take to kill an IDF soldier? Just one. So if they start giving up some guns, we're making progress. I can see a future. There could be a real way to bring Hamas down to where they are no longer armed, no longer a threat. When that happens, then everything goes forward, and all of the hopes and the hard work that the president has done to get us to this point could come to fruition. But as long as you have people with loaded guns pointing at the people of Israel, and for that matter, the International Stabilization Force that's also going to be trained and brought in there, they're going to be vulnerable. They don't want to get shot at by Hamas. They don't want to get their arms and legs blown off by Hamas. So everything hinges upon one key factor. Hamas, they're the terrorists. They're not a state. They are a terrorist organization. They slaughtered and massacred over 1,200 people and took 251 people hostage, many of them Americans, by the way. So we care deeply about how this process unfolds, because these people have American blood on their hands, and they raped, they starved, they beat and deprived people in custody and in captivity for over 400 days. This is not going to be something that we just say, we'll trust Hamas because we know they're good for what they say. We know their word is dirt. And therefore, if they don't show some level of progress, some indication that they are serious about keeping a promise that they made, then nobody is expecting the other people who are being on the line, having guns pointed at them, to lay down their weapons and say, go ahead, take me down. It's not going to happen.
President Donald Trump has said publicly, he has urged publicly Israel to stop striking Gaza because he said Hamas is effectively giving up its guns. Do you think Israel should cease its attacks to allow room for this process to succeed?
Once again, it's the chicken and the egg question. And the first thing that has to happen is Hamas has to stop firing at the IDF. They have to stop approaching the line. And then they have to also start giving up their weapons, which I think I've said it now for the third time. So far, not one gun.
But
nothing.
President Trump himself has asked Israel to stop its attacks. Do you disagree with the president on that point?
The president has said clearly that while he would like to see there be a calm in the region, he also has expressly said, that he fully expects and believes that Israel has a right to defend itself. And if people, whether they're soldiers or whoever it may be, coming to the line for malign purposes, Israel has every right to stop those potential incursions. And Israel is not only doing it for themselves, but if there's going to be any hope that the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, can do its job and even patrol that border, there's going to have to be some recognition on Hamas that we don't trust them. They're going to have to show us. They can't just tell us, because everything they've said, they have not necessarily done. So if they've not done one thing they said they were going to do, let's let them step up to the starting point and show us what they're going to do. That would be a wonderful day that would begin to move us forward.
Let's turn to Syria, because commenting on Israeli strikes on Syria's Abu al-Duhur military base, your counterpart, Ambassador Tom Burges, US Special Envoy for Syria, called it an unnecessary escalation that does not advance regional stability. Do you view Israel's attacks there on that Syrian military base as provocative?
I don't think it was intended to be provocative. They saw the Turkish military moving at a level far further south than they were ever supposed to be. And when Israel sees a military start to build up closer and closer to them, and that military has said, not the military, but the leadership of the country has said, we're going to rebuild the Ottoman Empire and take over Jerusalem, they take that seriously. Now, we can say...
With all due respect, though, President Erdogan is not claiming at all that he's going to put troops in Syria because he's going to take over Jerusalem.
He has made the comment on many occasions publicly that he would like to rebuild the Ottoman Empire and take over Jerusalem. He has said that. So, you know, I mean, that's on the record. Now, is he giving an imminent threat? Maybe not, probably not. But this is a tense region. Everybody is quite nervous. And so if anyone sees actions that they feel like could be a threat to them, there are reactions. Here's what I'm hoping, and I think we can get there, is that there will be a deconfliction cell that will be created. And Ambassador Barak and I talked about this yesterday. We're working on it now so that all of the various parties, Syria, Turkey, Israel, would be able to have a mechanism through which they can communicate and make sure that any intentions are clearly understood. Nobody wants to see an escalation of the tension, an escalation of violence. So every effort is being made to try to temper down any of the activity. And I feel like we can get there. I'm convinced the Syrians
do you agree, though, with
don't want a
Ambassador Barak's? Do you agree with Ambassador Barak's overview that it was an unnecessary escalation? Was there a better way for Israel to have dealt with this?
That's a question you'll have to ask the Israelis, what they saw, what they believe they were threatened with, and why they did it. I can't answer for them.
But as the US ambassador, and you're watching from as the ally, wanting to keep calm and stability in the region, would you have advised them differently?
Well, it's not my job to advise them. I mean, I will certainly respond to things that are in the U.S. interest. But my job is to focus upon how the United States can relate to our partners. That's why Ambassador Barak and I are talking, and we're trying to work toward a way and a mechanism for de-escalation so that we don't have the kind of events like we had the other night.
Are you talking directly with Turkey, and are you anticipating some sort of retaliation from them if this, in fact, was a strike that was more directed at Turkey than it was at Syria?
Well, I'm not talking directly to Turkey because that's Ambassador Barak's job.
Of course, but amongst the group that you said was...
Absolutely. He's certainly having direct conversations with Turkey, absolutely, just like I'm having direct conversations with the Israelis. That's our jobs, and we're doing it. And then we're talking to each other on behalf of the U.S. and trying to do everything we can to bring down the temperature and try to bring some level of understanding, communication, and a prevention of anything from flaring up.
If we turn our attentions to the West Bank, the White House is pushing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to denounce the recent spate of settler violence in the West Bank. Are you disappointed that the Israeli government hasn't spoken out against what you yourself have described as horrific acts of terror?
Well, I'm not sure that the White House has put any pressure on the Prime Minister. I'm not aware of that. I've put pressure on Israel to adjudicate these crimes, and that's what they are. They're crimes, they're acts of terror. I've been very clear about it. I think the tragedy is that of the 500,000 people who are Israeli who live in Judea and Samaria, there may be 300 to 500 people total who are involved in these thuggish activities. And sadly, a lot of them, they don't even live in Judea and Samaria. They're not even from there. And it makes all of the 500,000 people who are living there look bad. And people say, oh, this is all of the settlers. But it isn't. In fact, the governor of the Yesha Council, which is the governing body for the Israelis in Judea and Samaria, has expressly condemned these acts of violence. And so you're seeing government officials throughout Israel be very clear that this is unacceptable. It's not the kind of activity that should be characteristic of a society that values law, and certainly it's not in keeping with the Torah. So for people who are very dedicated Jewish worshipers, this idea that you can go and steal people's land or squat in their houses, burn their cars, steal their flocks, it's not just unacceptable, it's repulsive. So you haven't heard any, what I would call timid reactions from me in my role or from the United States. We've been very clear in condemning these actions. and expressing it clearly to the Israelis that this is hurting your cause. It's hurting your reputation. You don't need this right now. You need to get a grip on it. You need to begin to bring consequences to the people who carry out these reckless and irresponsible, provocative actions, and do it soon.
To Iran, the memorandum of understanding with Iran has now expired. Are you anticipating a return to full-scale fighting across the region?
Let's hope not. Since I'm going to be right in the middle of it if it starts happening again, I'd prefer not to have any more of that. I've had all of that I need. I've been here a year and a half.
As an expert, though, do you feel like we could be back there?
Great for me not to do it.
Do you feel like we could be heading back there, though, when we hear President Trump saying that there's no real talks underway?
Well, only the president can make that decision. He's the commander-in-chief. He makes the policy. I get the memo, and we live with it. And so will the president give up his patience with the Iranians? He might. He did before, twice. I would say, Melinda, that one of the things that maybe the Iranians don't get, that we have a saying where I come from in America that there's no education in the second kick of a mule. Now, the Iranians have been kicked in the butt twice. You would think that after that, they might begin to learn that President Trump is serious when it comes to taking military action when he thinks it's the only option. He has expressed to them that if they're unwilling to give up their nuclear weapons ambitions and their enrichment ambitions, and if they're unwilling to open up the Strait of Hormuz, then major combat is on the table. Is that what he's going to do? I can't answer that because he is the only person elected and the only person who's authorized to make the decision and then to carry it out. But I trust his instincts. He's had good instincts on this issue. I'm hoping that it's not necessary to go back to a combat operation. But I'm also confident that if that's what it comes down to, that Iran would not be doing themselves a favor by initiating it.
We're almost out of time, but let me just ask you a couple of quick final questions. Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey have signed a joint defence agreement signed earlier this month. What impact do you think it's going to have on Middle East security and stability?
Well, I think that those three countries believe it will be helpful to them to band together for security purposes. So I don't see it having a destabilizing impact. They don't seem to have a desire to start any conflict. Saudi caught themselves in the middle of a very significant attack from Iran. They were attacked by the Houthis. They understand that they're up against it. So having allies, whether it's Turkey, Pakistan, or anyone else in the region, I'm sure that they welcome that. And let's hope that it doesn't have to become a regional conflict again. But one thing we learned when Iran was engaged against all of the Gulf countries, they indiscriminately were attacking not just military outposts. They were attacking hotels and airports and apartment buildings. They were aiming for civilians in Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, Iraq, throughout the region. And I think they really showed who they were when they did those things, because why would you attack the civilian populations of some of these regions who had never fired a shot at them?
And just finally, very briefly, when I sat down with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog last month, he indicated that Israel could be open to a new, more tailored type of diplomatic normalization with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one that exists outside the current Accords framework. Is that something that you think the US would support?
I think we would support anything that brings a greater level of cooperation toward normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. You know who would welcome it the most? Israel would. I hear it from them all the time. It's a benefit, just like it has been for the UAE. The UAE joined the Abraham Accords. It's been good for them economically, militarily, from an intelligence standpoint. I think other countries in the region, if they would look at that model, they would say, it really makes more sense to be on good terms with Israel than be an adversary. There's no advantage in being an adversary. There are lots of advantages in being an ally.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, we're out of time, so we will leave it there. But thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, thank you. Great always to be with you. Hope to do it again soon.
That's all we have time for on this special episode of Counterpoints. You can catch our debates and interviews on Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok for all the latest. We'll see you next time.
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Rome, the Eternal City. We are very happy that the FII has chosen Rome, as the mayor just said. To frame our today's conversation, let me ask first, we have observed in the last few hours that apparently a conflict has been closed. My general question to you is, how has this regional conflict affected both the institution that you lead and, more in general, the Saudi economic outlook in the area?
First of all, good morning, everybody, and I'm really happy to be here in Rome for the FII Priority Rome. And I would like, first of all, to congratulate Her Royal Highness Princess Maha bint Mashari for being the new CEO of the FII Institute, which I think we will try to take it to the next level, hopefully after our event in Riyadh, which is the 10th year anniversary. Going back to the conflict that happened in the Strait of Hormuz didn't only affect the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or the GCC countries, but it had a greater effect in not only the region, but the whole world. And it wasn't only about energy scarcity or energy catastrophe, I would even say. It was beyond that. It's gone to the petrochemicals, to the fertilizers, to the advanced manufacturing like helium with GPUs and chipsets. The good thing that we have in Saudi, both I'm talking about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Aramco, and also the PIF, is we do think in years and decades rather than just quarters. So we had a similar situation back in the 80s where the Strait of Hormuz was threatened to be blockaded by the Iranian regime. And it was decided since then that we will have a pipeline from east to west. And if it wasn't for this pipeline, we wouldn't have a lifeline for us as a Saudi economy. We are producing, we used to produce before the crisis about 10 million barrels a day with a capacity of producing 12 million barrels a day. And this pipeline was given us 5.5 million, and we increased it all the way to 7 million with new technologies and innovations that the Aramco engineers had achieved. Also, Aramco has storage facilities around the world, especially in Asia, in Korea, and Japan, and we're thinking seriously of having larger storage facilities all over the world. If you look at China, for instance, they have storage facilities of about 1.2 billion barrels. The US has almost 800 million barrels. So if it wasn't for this kind of long-term thinking, the world would have been in a really bad situation, even worse than where we were. For us at the PIF, we always continue to invest, be very much diverse, and our portfolio structurally resilient. We are a long-term, patient investor, and we will remain committed to all of our investments and investment strategy around the world.
Thank you for your words, very insightful. As governor of the PIF, of course, you are an investor. So this conference is about Europe and also the future of Europe. So from your point of view as an investor, what are the opportunities and the challenges that you are facing now in the European market?
We do have challenges, but I think the opportunities is greater. So if you look at what we've been doing since the beginning in 2017 until the year 2025, we have deployed about 98 billion euros across Europe and the UK, of course. That was given us about 70 billion euros of GDP contribution and created about 160,000 jobs around Europe. Also, Aramco deployed about 80 billion euros with European suppliers, and I think 25% was here in Italy, about 20 billion euros of procurements from and suppliers from Italy. We have done a number of JVs with different European parties, and also we have, I will just give an example, Pirelli. We brought them to the automotive cluster north of Jeddah and Cake to help us create the automobile industry in Saudi. Of course, we brought in partners and JVs from all over the world. We're also proud in some of our investments in Europe, like Pagani, also Benetti, and I think we will, during this conference, we will show about maybe 140 different opportunities that we think of that can bring a lot of benefits to both parties, the European partners, and also would bring more benefits to us as industries within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So out of the 140, I think the opportunities that we're talking about that need from our JVs the strength of European industries is worth a total of about 10.4 billion euros. And this is only for until the end of 2030. So I think the opportunities are more. Now the challenges, you asked me about the challenges. And that's what Richard said in his opening remarks. The challenges is mainly regulatory challenges and some of the laws that were supposed to be activated is really hurting investors such as ourselves, Aramco, SABIC, PIF, not only to invest more, but to keep their own investments in Europe. The good thing is the European regulators and policymakers, they're looking into it, and hopefully we will have better solutions for it.
Thank you. Of course, Europe offers both opportunity and challenges. We are looking at the opportunities and try to minimize the risk that are posed by as PIF, congratulations, because you approved recently your 5-year plan ending in 2030. May give the audience some highlights and the opportunities that these 5-year plans offer to European investors, because as you mentioned, it's not just the PIF investing in Europe, but it should be a bilateral way, so also having investments from Europe to Saudi Arabia. So if you may highlight the opportunities that the 5-year plan of the PIF.
Yeah, we just released our strategy update. We started the first one back in 2017 until the end of 2020, and the second one from 21 until the end of 2025. And we just got our board to approve our new strategy until the end of 2030. And with this strategy, we want to do two things. First of all, if you look at what PIF did since 2016, we basically brought the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the world. And now our new strategy is to bring the world back to Saudi. We have a new framework with 6 ecosystems: tourism, urban development, advanced manufacturing, industrial and logistics, clean energy, and the 6th ecosystem is NEOM. So, well, that's our new strategy. Now, a lot of people thought we will stop deploying investments internationally. I can tell you that we're not going to stop. We'll continue on doing so and deploying investments, but maybe the percentages are going lower, but the absolute numbers will continue on growing since we have continuous growth in our AUM.
Thank you. As the chairing an export credit agency, I mean, we'll give the support to our companies that are happy to come and to invest, and there is already a number of investments. The final question that I want you to change hat and to delve into the energy security. This conflict have highlighted that energy it's very important for the entire world, as you have mentioned in my opening question. So, as chairman of Aramco, what is the lesson learned? And we know well that there is not conflict on fossil fuels versus new energy. So what's your view after the conflict on energy resilience and how Saudi is contributing and Aramco is contributing to?
I mean, one, maybe 2 words I can say: energy realism. That's what we need to really focus on. Unfortunately, the last decade or so, a lot of push came from the new energy, which is fun. It's really great, and I think it's a great addition, but it's not going to be a substitution to the fossil fuel. And we've witnessed this very well during these past few months. The world cannot not rely on fossil fuel. And we're not talking about the energy only. We're not talking about the oil and gas only. We're talking about different industries that rely on the oil and gas. Petrochemical industry, which is a base industry for many other industries, is based on oil and gas. Fertilizers, as I said, food is based on oil and gas. So we have to be more realistic on what we want to do and how we can do it and when we can deploy it. It's an addition. The world, especially with what's happening right now with the AI, the world needs more energy. We cannot say okay, I will give you energy, but it's going to be double or quadruple the price currently, and still do the same thing. The economics doesn't work this way. So we are at Aramco. We're taking this seriously. It's a conglomerate. It's not only in the oil and gas. We're looking for new solutions. We're investing in AI. We're investing in quantum compute. Aramco is an investor in Pascal, which is a great quantum compute company. And it's invested in Humane, which is a joint venture with PIF on AI. So the resiliency of our supply chain is very important to us. And the good thing in Aramco, our reliability, even during this conflict, it still was over 99%. So we're very proud of what we have achieved, especially with all the missile attacks that our facilities suffered. We got them up and running in no time. Usually it takes like years. We did it in a matter of weeks. So I would like to take this opportunity actually to thank the men and women, the engineers, the firemen, the operators of Aramco, and their courage on really being there, resilient, and given the full reliability of our supply chain.
Thank you very much. Our time is, unfortunately, I would like to listen you for, and also the audience, for many more minutes, if not for hours, but unfortunately the program has to go on. So thank you very much, Governor, for your insightful...
And also we're really proud of our partner with you. And I think it's not going to be the last thing that we do, but the beginning of many other good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From headlines to hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great comments.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
We're the architects of power, economics, and politics.
Stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English. Trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Washington. So much to do, so much to see in Washington, D.C. The city is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. It's got historical landmarks, parks, and neighborhoods, each with a mix of attractions and activities to offer. The national monuments are definitely must-sees in D.C. Popular ones are the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and the World War II Memorial. These are places that say a lot about the country's history and national heroes. Washington, D.C. has got up to 19 museums that cover subjects from art to space exploration. There are also interactive exhibitions on schedule that's fit for the entire family to enjoy. The 3 houses of the government are also key places to visit. These are the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. Impressive buildings on the outside, these are also places for you to understand about the U.S. government and history. Meanwhile, in Georgetown, you'll find a shopper's paradise. It is considered D.C.'s historic waterfront that's always busy with activity. Aside from the shopping, the place is lined with restaurants too. You'll find one of every cuisine practically known to the world. And then, of course, there are the majestic views. The Potomac River is a favorite as well. Definitely worth the stroll around the city. Washington, D.C. also has its own historic park. It offers a nice recluse from the busy city life. You can simply take a stroll around, go biking or kayaking, or you can take a tour and learn about its history. The national park also serves as venue for all things music: pop, country, folk, blues, orchestra, dance, theater, and opera. You name it, they've got it. The place is also known for hosting innovative performance art and multimedia presentations there. For a taste of the city's culture, catch a theatrical production at the JFK Center for Performing Arts. You'll definitely witness entertainment at its finest. Aside from the shows, there are guided tours as well, where you'll explore the paintings, sculptures, and other works of art around the center. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. and the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
hashtags following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
We're the architects of power, economics, and politics.
Stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories this evening. Saudi and French delegates sign a series of agreements during the Crown Prince's visit to France. The US Treasury Secretary threatens Iran with economic D-Day, with the US planning fresh sanctions against Iran's trading partners. And the UK Prime Minister visits Ukraine on their Independence Day, sharing those all-important blueprints for creating long-range missiles. To our top story this evening, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has continued his visit to Paris today for bilateral meetings and business forum with French President Emmanuel Macron. The two leaders are focusing on energy and investment, and in the last couple of hours they've signed a series of agreements, including a memorandum of understanding on a defence partnership between Saudi Arabia and France, as well as an MOU aimed at strengthening bilateral cooperation in artificial intelligence. Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White, joining us from Dubai, and Al Arabiya's editor Wissam Kirouz joining me in the studio. Wissam, Gemma, thank you both so much. Wissam, we'll turn to you first on this. This visit, what are we seeing here? Is this the first phase of a new Saudi-French relationship? Is it moving from somewhat of an economic partnership towards a broader strategic and potentially some sort of a defence alliance?
The relation is strong, has been strong, and is likely to remain strong. A little anecdotal reality on the relation between the two countries. France have had the first consulate ever in Saudi Arabia since it was in Jeddah, since the end of the 19th century.
Wow.
Now, having said this, this relation has been strong. The Saudi Crown Prince has been in Paris a couple of times during the last 4 years, and now he is yet on another big state visit. But what has changed actually is the regional conjuncture. Let's not forget that it is coming after the Iran war, which has put the region under enormous strain. And, we are still under very wild circumstances on the Strait of Hormuz. And Europe has been there, France has been there, next to the Gulf countries, next to Saudi Arabia, to confront this new situation. But at the same time, this is yet in the colors of our times. We are talking about AI, about energy, about new energy, and about esports. So it's a very wide-ranging table of discussion. And the Crown Prince and Macron are having right now a closed dinner with all dignitaries.
Now, Gemma, I want to talk to you about this because this means a lot. We've seen a lot come out of these meetings from today. What does it mean for the Saudi-French relationship going forward, do you think?
So as Wissam said, this is the Crown Prince's third visit to Paris. And what this trip does is it deepens the relationship between the two countries. You know, it's going beyond now sort of your traditional transactional trade. It's gone into, you know, broader and deeper alliances. And then obviously the Strategic Partnership Council is creating this framework for ongoing strategic economic security development and coordination. It's also the deals, you know, the bilateral deals. They signal that, you know, France's push to secure long-term commercial contracts, particularly in reference to Saudi's 2030 vision initiatives. They're all on track as well. Now, it's also a shared alignment, you know, through their shared Middle East policy. You know, both nations, they have an interest in regional stabilization, and they've always leaned towards de-escalation as a policy. They're looking at Lebanese political stability and obviously security in the Red Sea. Now, they've also both been frequently aligned when it comes to championing a two-state solution among, you know, other broader Middle Eastern initiatives. Also, what it is, it allows the outgoing Macron to sort of continually cement and position France as this bridge builder between Europe and the Middle East through these soft power cultural and entertainment exchanges, which are proving to be very effective.
And we'll talk a bit about more of those, I guess, cultural more than anything else, crossovers as well. Wissam, beyond the headlines that we're seeing today, there has also been one which caught our attention. Macron and MBS welcomed the agreement of the disarmament of Hamas. They've mentioned about no direct fees on passage through the Strait of Hormuz. I guess more than anything else, this is really about more than trade. When we look at the bigger picture here, this is about regional security for both parties.
It's about regional security, and let's start from where Gemma ended. Actually, any file that is important for France in the region, whether it is Lebanon, which is of, you know, priority for France, or even Syria, or even the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of merchandise and of oil, every single thing is related to Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is the important key for France's policy in the region. And at the same time, Saudi Arabia just made a huge step a couple of weeks ago. The agreement of Accord of Mecca, which has been a small geopolitical seismic action. It is building a new alliance with Pakistan and Turkey in the region that is being shaken by this standoff with Iran. So after that very bold step by the Saudis, now Saudi Arabia is also saying, okay, this is very important for me, but it does not define me. I'm very much committed to my classic relationship, to my old alliances, especially with Europe. That is still an important player in the region. And at the same time, also Saudi Arabia is very interested in keeping this relation and taking the all levels of relationship to the next level. And for France also, and this is very important, as Gemma said, now that Macron is leaving, it is a very pivotal moment for what remains of this old European power in this region. And it all passes through Saudi Arabia.
Do you think, Wissam, if Macron has looked at that deal that has been signed in that pact, that the Mecca pact that was signed, and said, this is clearly a key player. I need to be in Saudi Arabia's good books. I need to make that happen now so that my predecessor, that my successor when coming in, will have an easier time and have set that up for the future?
Of course. Saudi Arabia is the heavyweight in the region, and France knows this. And it has been a constant in France's policy within the region. France has been very much close to the Saudi leadership. It's not new. It has been this way for the last 60, 70 years since de Gaulle. So now we are entering as a world altogether into new phases. We have new themes of what real alliances should be about. It should be about AI, it should be about energy, it should be about, of course, politics. And let's not forget that Saudi and France has achieved, as Gemma noted a little while ago, for the region what has been described as the most important geopolitical shift. It's not conclusive, but it's important. It's the fact that France and Saudi Arabia worked together on the recognition of the state of Palestine by France and by many others. It has been done in the United States, and it's a joint project that has been very big for the region.
But again, a deal like this will make the entire world sit up and pay attention to Riyadh and to Saudi Arabia and say, yes, this is the key player that we need in the Middle East.
Well, Saudi Arabia has found in France a partner that has a tremendous power in the UN and the Security Council. It is what it needs. And France has found in Saudi Arabia a partner that is very important to the files that are most important for France in the region. So it's a very beneficial relationship, and it is built on common interest. And somehow the two countries has been able to develop a common language and to do things together.
Well, not just the deals that were being signed, as well as the discussions that we saw on defence and energy. Saudi's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman also attended the awards ceremony for the 2026 Esports World Cup that was in Paris, alongside French President Emmanuel Macron. Now, this year's tournament was held in the French capital and brings together more than 2,000 players from 200 clubs in over 100 countries. Here's French President Emmanuel Macron and what he had to say.
So, no, I wanted to take a few minutes of your time, and I imagine how busy you are, but with the ministers we wanted to use this opportunity first to thank you to be part of this cup and this games, and it was, I mean, we are very happy and we're very proud to host in Paris such an event, but as well to have your feedback very directly and genuinely at first, everything you want to express and to share. And as well for us to improve and to unique. So I'm yours. Very direct.
Gemma, he can turn his hand to just about anything, Emmanuel Macron. I know you're a big fan. Sporting events have become huge in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, 2034, we're looking forward to hosting the FIFA World Cup. How important, how valuable do you think it is that Saudi organisers went along and attended this esports event?
Yeah, I think it's hugely important. Obviously, you know, if we look at the fact, as you say, they are going to host the Men's World Cup in 2034. I think obviously France has hosted it twice before. You know, they've hosted in 1938 and 1998. So obviously there's plenty to kind of learn and discover there to begin with. And then obviously sporting events are experiencing this massive boom in Saudi, and they are sort of fundamental to the country's Vision 2030 economic diversification strategy. We are seeing, you know, state-of-the-art arenas and stadiums being built. Saudi is, you know, transforming itself into this leading global hub for international sports, entertainment, tourism. And we've seen the kingdom hosting high-profile events, Formula One in Jeddah, heavyweight boxing championships, and now the annual Esports World Cup in Riyadh. So they're also preparing, as we know, to host the Asian Games, the Asian Cup in 2027, and then, as you said, the FIFA Men's World Cup in 2034. So this has necessitated like a lot of infrastructure growth, you know, with all the venues that are being built and the development. And we're also seeing new names, you know, especially in football, popping up in Saudi all the time. You know, you can't sort of go a week anymore without a new signing to one of the major clubs there. So what I think is interesting as well, especially for the esports, is that this is the first time that it wasn't held on Saudi soil. Now, this shows just how much potential this tournament has to become a global franchise. It is highly mobile. You can take the operations of it and you can move it to any country very seamlessly, you know, the data, the logistics of everything. So obviously we know it's going to go back to Riyadh for, you know, future sports, but the global expansion is clear. This esports can go anywhere.
Wissam, and it's blurring the lines between what we would call, I suppose, traditional sports and moving into esports. We saw that when we saw a local legend, but also an international hero. Cristiano Ronaldo was on the sideline.
If there is one person, as you said, who really symbolizes this meeting between the old world sport, which he symbolizes very much, I mean, and the new world sport, which is the e-sport and all this, it's Ronaldo. And he has been there. And Ronaldo was no longer, since many, many, many months and years, someone who signed for football in Saudi Arabia. He is an attention machine, a huge attention machine to himself, yes, but also to Saudi Arabia. He has been playing here. Anyone who's living in Riyadh or in the region would know how much this person and also the family of Ronaldo has been of a real attention creator. Look at the symbolism. Ronaldo there at the e-sport, and this is very important to say. Saudi Arabia is not only creating or hosting sport events, they are developing concepts, developing franchises, developing new orders in this world. And this is extremely very well mobile, as Gemma said, as you said. It's a game changer, and this is huge. And let's not forget, it's $75 million of prizes for this. It's crazy. And it is also related to the fact that the Saudi Crown Prince is personally very much interested in esports and in gaming. This has been something that is attracting a lot of attention in the region and somehow symbolizing the new dynamic within this new generation that is symbolized by the Crown Prince.
Yeah, and I think with Ronaldo being there as well, it just does blur those lines a little bit more between traditional sport, what we would like to call traditional sport, and I guess the new version of traditional sport. Gemma, when we look at things like esports and it being in Paris, you know, that puts it on this massive international stage as well and takes it out of the kingdom and brings it to that international audience. Could we be looking at the beginning of a new Olympics, kind of?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because if we recall, you know, there was an attempt to merge with the IOC to create, you know, the official Olympic esports games, and it didn't work out due to, you know, roadblocks like intellectual property, copyright, and Olympic ideology. So I think what they did then, they said, OK, fine, we'll create it by ourselves. And they've done this so successfully. And I think esports sees itself as quite this independent entertainment, well, juggernaut, I would call it. Almost that's kind of rapidly outgrown the traditional Olympic model, especially for younger generations. And it's created its own ecosystem and its own huge prize pot. As you said, 75 million prize pot with a 7 million for the main title. It's got its different rules. And it's sort of the success of this esports has highlighted why it can carve out its own destiny. It's not beholden to, you know, things that happened years ago or, you know, the way things have to be done. It's very much its own thing, and it can kind of evolve quickly and adapt, which again is what we saw when it was moved to Paris. So yeah, as you said, you know, this was over 2,000 players from over 100 countries, and it attracted over 850 million viewers globally. I mean, these figures are massive.
It is massive, but I think also, on speaking with Samantha Murray about this earlier on in the show, it requires a lot of physical prowess. And I'm not likening somebody who's doing, you know, 200-meter sprint to the equivalent of this, but it does require a certain level of energy, of training and of resilience. So I guess it is very similar to the actual Olympics.
It is physical, after all. It's not completely, you know, a screen, whatever. But at the same time, do we really want these two worlds to merge? Personally, I don't want that. I really see that this world is over digitalizing the human experience, I mean, when it comes to your body and health, but at the same time, it's the new reality. So let's keep the two worlds separate. Let's keep people also doing some sports.
Do you see a place, Wissam, where both can coexist in the same ecosystem, for want of a better word, whereby there is certain elements? We've seen sports come into the Olympics before that I question if they're really sports or not. Yeah. This one is a genuine sport that people are partaking in.
It's absolutely a genuine sport, and I believe it will grow into something even more of a sport where, you know, you can use extended reality, virtual reality, and combine it with sport and have the two worlds combined together. So yes, the greatest things are yet to come in this world, and this is only the beginning.
Yeah, we're a long way from when the Wii was first brought out as a games console. This is a totally different thing. Wissam, very quickly before we wrap up on this, of course we're gearing up for things like Expo 2030. As we mentioned, the World Cup in 2034, a lot of attention for world events that are taking place in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There are a lot of positives when it comes to this in terms of tourism, investment, jobs for the kingdom. These massive events bring everything that's needed to the region.
Well, Of course. I mean, this is also bringing expertise, and every event that is happening here is creating some kind of collecting memory of how to deal with things, how to create big events. And this has been tested already, and it's coming. We have 2 big events. I hope personally to be here when they arrive. 2030, it is the Expo Riyadh and the achievement of the vision, and 2034 when we'll have the World Cup, and hopefully Gemma will join us here because she has been a fan of the World Cup
Gemma's
as well.
I'll be there.
Gemma loves to go watch England not make it to the final. Well, we're going to move on to our next story. Gemma, Wissam, thank you very much. The US Treasury Secretary has said every country should be prepared to face US sanctions if they support Iran. This latest announcement comes after he threatened Tehran with economic D-Day in an article written in the Financial Times. Now, in response, Iran has vowed to halt all oil exports from the Gulf if the economic war continues, calling the new US sanctions a sign of desperation. Wissam, I'll turn to you firstly on this. Iran probably, not surprisingly, threatening to retaliate against the US economic threats. How seriously should we take this threat of retaliation, and what actually can they do to retaliate?
Well, let's go back to square one. Donald Trump was waging a real physical war, okay, with bombs. And then he said, okay, we'll stop that war, and we are taking a step backward, and now we will have a D-Day, which is a very big name for something is doing economically. Will it work or not? We will see about that. But do you think really that Iran will be drawn into this area of conflict? So Donald Trump does not want the conflict to be about bombs anymore, but to be about economy. So this is where Iran is not very strong, actually, where it's weak. I suspect Iran would not want to be drawn into this area for the conflict, and they would want to keep it where they can have a bigger impact, which is unfortunately the classic war. We will see about that. But let's not forget that this D-Day is not about Iran mostly. It's about the partners of Iran. It's about anyone who is trying to breathe instead of Iran or giving oxygen to Iran. And the elephant in the room, let's not hide things, it's China. China is the elephant in the room. Will Donald Trump make it a real confrontation with China first? And will China want to have a confrontation with America for the sake of Iran? We don't know. We know that China has been pragmatic. If somebody gives it oil, any oil, maybe they will be fine. But Trump and America, the biggest power in this world, has went out from an inconclusive war in Iran. It is a diminished way of showing how mighty is America. So now America is waving its second biggest arsenal, which is economy, which is the dollar, which is the banks, which is the sanctions. And I wonder whether if America is gambling with its second weapon after having somehow lost the fact that its power is unlimited. America has really faced the limits of what military power can have. And they are gambling with maybe having some kind of similar impact on the economic side. And at the same time, if China is really not very sad of seeing America facing its military power limits, so will it be also similarly not very sad in America facing the limits of the almighty dollar? Well, it's very interesting. It's not about Iran anymore. It's about a new world order. It's about positioning of world powers. It's about who is ruling this world. It's very big. It's not about Iran anymore.
The question is, where do Iran's leaders sit in terms of caring or not if these sanctions are imposed? I mean, we look at the currency and where it started, at the very start of this war, you're looking at 1.5 million Iranian rial for every $1 US. That's now gone over 2 million rial. This currency is the most devalued currency in the world. The everyday person on the street in Iran is suffering greatly because of the economic hardships on their home soil. Do we see something like this maybe potentially shoving that barometer slightly up again to get this civil unrest that Donald Trump had supported back in February?
Well, it is about that, honestly. And we cannot argue that, these sanctions are horrible on Iranian people. And the impact on the economy is huge, and it is very much impactful. But, some regimes can stand for decades within a very dire economic situation. But one of the, let's throw a dice here. One of the theories about what will be coming. You have technically and historically, you have years of sanctions and then you have war. I mean, in this case, we have had the opposite. We have had war and then maybe we open the door for sanctions. But what if these sanctions are designed, or by design, made to be a phase in this confrontation that comes before a next phase of pure classic military escalation that will have a more, propitious, land in Iran. I mean, as you said yourself, you'll have a population which is much more impoverished and maybe much more, ready to go and take the streets and say enough is enough.
I guess, Gemma, the US will say that actually, no, these sanctions are designed to get those diplomatic talks back again. Is something like this enough to get Iran back to the table? And where are we at the moment on these diplomatic talks? We haven't heard much about these in the last couple of days.
So to put it lightly, diplomatic talks are completely in the wind right now. We're talking about direct face-to-face diplomatic talks. They have completely frozen. That was obviously following the collapse of the most recent 60-day MOU. Now, what we're hearing is that the communication has become increasingly fractured as it shifts to back-channel mediation. Now, this is kind of across Oman, Pakistan and Qatar. We know that tomorrow Omani diplomats are going to be meeting with Iranian officials in Tehran face-to-face to try and secure safe maritime transit lanes and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Additionally, in Pakistan, you've still got intermediaries trying to broker the 15-point peace plan, which has been, much reduced. Now that's aimed at kind of ending the broader military conflict. And then in Qatar, you have diplomats continuing to try and facilitate, indirect back-channel communications between Washington and Tehran. So it's increasingly fractured. And one has to wonder if you get to a point where, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing in this kind of instance. Now, obviously, from Washington, we've got this talk of the economic D-Day. I agree with what Wissam said earlier. D-Day is such a huge term to use. But this signals, just the latest in a series of shifting strategies from the Trump administration, whereas in Iran, they haven't moved. They say they will only return to a permanent ceasefire if the US meets these 3 strict conditions: recognizing Iran's sovereign rights, paying reparations for damages, and providing ironclad international guarantees against future military aggression.
I want to turn to you just on this, Wissam Bessent. Just before we went to air, Scott Bessent was discussing the actual sanctions, what they would entail and what would be part of that. We're talking about things like tech, gold, aviation, shipping. That was what was mentioned, that Donald Trump would be making calls to world leaders to put specific requests through for their interactions with Iran. Which of those sanctions is likely to hurt Iran the most?
Iran has only one source of money, which is oil.
Oil, right?
Okay. If somehow America manages to shut down all the possibilities for Iran to get any kind of money through oil, I think it's going to be very, very, very hurtful. And again, as I said, it's about China. We have been hearing a lot about what the so-called teapot refineries, all the small refineries.
These are smaller refineries that are not the big players in the game, but they're still quite crucial, right?
Very crucial for Iran and for China as well. I mean, this is how this Iranian oil is funneled to China. And also some of the banking. I mean, we have heard about a lot of big Chinese banks who have been involved. And we have seen also countries in the region who have been stepping up, maybe in taking a step ahead and saying, okay, we are aligned with America. We are stopping any dealings that could be in the benefits of the Iranians.
And thanks to both of you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. Britain's Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has travelled to Ukraine today. It's his first foreign visit since he became the leader. Burnham chaired the Coalition of the Willing meeting, as well as announcing the UK was going to share those all-important blueprints for long-range missiles. Here's what he had to say earlier.
Well, we're unwavering in our support, and that is why I am here, to send that very clear message to the Ukrainian people on their Independence Day, their 35th Independence Day. And we are just continuing what we've done from the start. We have been there from the start, providing that backup support, and this is technical support, going with what we've been doing from the very start. And we'll continue to do that. Nothing will change that. Who started the fire? That's the question, isn't it? Ukraine did not do that. Russia began this illegal invasion, and that is absolutely clear, and they could stop it at any given time. Britain will never be a fair weather friend. People would expect me to be out here showing our unflinching support.
Gemma, there's been billions already given, and I think that was under Keir Starmer's government, billions, I think £23 billion given to the cause in Ukraine. It looks like Burnham's come in there. It's his first trip as the Prime Minister. He's gone to Ukraine, signifying something to the rest of the world. What is that something, do you think?
It's a very calculated and powerful message. You know, it says that the UK's geopolitical, military and diplomatic priorities will remain unchanged under this new leadership. So it's a reassurance of continuity for Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. Obviously, it began with Keir Starmer. Now, what's interesting as well is by making Kyiv, you know, his first stop, Burnham is signalling, you know, both to Ukraine, to NATO and G7 that, and as he said himself, Britain won't be a fair weather friend. He's saying that Britain's backing is systemic and it's not tied to a single leader. So we have seen Britain go through quite a few prime ministers over the most recent years. So he's saying, you know, if I'm out on my ear in 6 months, you know, you're still going to have the backing of Britain. So obviously significant, as he said, he arrived on the 35th anniversary of Ukrainian independence. Now, it's also a direct response. You know, Burnham has called Moscow's threats outrageous. They've issued stern warnings of consequences for the UK. So he's flying in the face of that as well. And en route to Kyiv, he met with the European Council President and with Luxembourg's Prime Minister. And he did a speech. He said that the UK must be bolder in building, you know, clearer and closer defence, security and economic ties with the European Union. So he's not shying away from Europe either. He also co-chaired the Coalition of the Willing Summit in Kyiv. Now for Burnham as well, obviously, he's becoming a global statesman, and this is his official debut on the world stage. So he is demonstrating that he is able to pivot from domestic, you know, what's going on domestic and local governance to navigating these very high stakes international security crises. So there is obviously something in it for Burnham as well, but I think he's doing a good job.
Wissam, the question is, how will Putin react to this? What will be the reaction from Moscow?
Well, Putin is already very, very upset, and he's been upset because I don't think he ever thought about the war taking this turn. I mean, let's not hide it. The momentum is clearly on the side of Ukrainians. Ukrainians has been able to shift this war many, many times, yet again. But now it's not anymore about Britain giving missiles to Ukraine. It's about giving Ukraine the ability to build missiles. And also from a geopolitical point of view, Britain, with a new prime minister, is positioning itself very well into the heart of, you know, the EU security without being part of the EU itself. Let's be back a little bit to talk about Ukraine. When this all will finish, and I believe it will eventually finish, you will have a very prominent prowess of a nation which is called Ukraine. Ukraine is a highly skilled militarily nation. It has been tested with Russia, which is a mighty country. It has been able to shift the course of this war many, many, many times. Of course, thanks to the help of UK, of the US and the EU. And it has now a mighty army. So when it all stops, you have a new militarily superpower within Europe. And this is more astonishing when you think that even within this war, Ukraine has been able to go and sell some of its weapons and even create some of the most disruptive technologies in our world's warfare, which is the drones that are being, you know, sold everywhere in the world, including in this region here.
Mm-hmm. Gemma, I guess we've seen a bit of a shift in this, but the question is, why give Ukraine the blueprints as opposed to just giving them British missiles? What's the distinction there? Is it the idea of, you know, give somebody a fish and they'll eat for a day, give somebody a fishing rod and they'll eat for life?
It absolutely is that analogy on a slightly bigger scale. So it's a tactical shift in how the West is arming Ukraine. Now, relying on foreign military shipments has exposed Ukraine to critical vulnerabilities. We've seen, Western stockpiles are low, and we've also seen, the US has grown increasingly erratic. They've backtracked on promises that they were making, particularly around the Patriot missiles that they were going to provide. So handing over these blueprints to Ukraine is a move towards self-sufficiency. It lets the country establish its own domestic high-tech defense base, especially in this prolonged war of attrition. So France has already shared that. So the missile was a joint engineering project between France and the UK, and France has already shared their portion of the blueprints. So the UK doing it, removes the final obstacle for Ukraine to be able to build these missiles on their own soil. Now, what the most important thing is here is when other nations provide weapons for a country, it also comes with conditions. They will say you can only fire it this far, into, say, Russian territory because the missile is coming from their country. Whereas missiles that are built domestically, Ukraine has, complete sovereignty over them. They can fire them as often and wherever they like. So what they do, they'll build their own version of this Storm Shadow missile, and they won't require any sign-off from any other nations.
Well, and we believe Storm Shadow, along with the French counterpart of that as well, will be produced in Ukraine as early as 2027. So that is good news.
I have a theory. I don't know if Gemma can agree with me or not. I think the shift is the fact that the Europeans now, they believe that Ukraine can win. And this is, your question was to Gemma, why are they giving them the blueprint? They are giving them a huge leverage into this.
Yeah.
Because I think in the beginning of this war, the internal sentiment in Europe was, okay, we don't want Russia to win, but maybe we don't want Ukraine to win as well, because we are afraid of an escalation that would turn into something very big.
Yep.
So it was about not letting the Russians have victory. But now, with all what the Ukrainians themselves have been able to, to show and to impose, the shift strategically is that maybe we want Ukraine to win. We want to give it everything. And now this is huge. And we can live with the idea that Ukraine is becoming increasingly a militarily prowess.
And like you said, Wissam, I think it's in the EU's best interest and NATO's best interest that they do push back on that Russian front as well, to say, hey, we do have a stronger force who may be here, who may be able to fight back.
And the only thing that Russians can do is wave the big cards, unfortunately. And this is where it gets dangerous. I don't want to, by the end of this, to change track of our discussion, but this is where it gets dangerous. Because this is why a nation wants to have nuclear dissuasion or nuclear power. It's to be able, to turn the table when...
To have the threat.
Yeah, to have the threat. So now, will Putin be able to think more of something of a tactical move on the nuclear, side? It's very dangerous and very hard to tell. But, this war needs a resolution, okay? It needs an agreement. And Vladimir Putin still wants a victory.
You always throw yet another cog into the works on every one of our stories we cover, Wissam. Thank you so much. Gemma, thank you for your time on that. It is that time of the show where both Gemma and Wissam have taken two of the quirkier stories of the day and brought them to the table. Gemma, let's start with you. A robot that's beaten a record that was set by Usain Bolt. Seems unfair to me.
It does. I'm fearful of this. Watching the sort of opening ceremony, this is the humanoid robot games in Beijing. It just gave me Terminator vibes. I'm not going to lie to you. So this is the 400-meter sprint human record was beaten by a Chinese robot yesterday at the games by almost 5 seconds. Now that is immense. So the human record was set by the South African sprinter Wade van Niekerk, and he ran the distance in 43.03 seconds at the 2016 Rio Olympics. And now a humanoid bot called Tiangong Ultra has done it in 38.15 seconds. And it's actually, so Tiangong Ultra was actually the robot that beat Usain Bolt's 100-meter record as well during the opening ceremony on Saturday. So we've got a 2-time world record holder right here. However, when Ultra, as I'm going to call this humanoid robot, beat Bolt's record, it sort of failed to decelerate. So it just went absolutely slamming through the finish line and collapsed onto a mattress. So this is a 5-day event. It's the second installment of the Games. It's held at Beijing Olympic Speed Skating Arena, and it's dozens of humanoids and their human operators. So what we've seen 2,056 robots from 666 teams, and they are competing across all manner of sports. Now, also what they don't just have the sports. They've got boxing, they've got football, they've got martial arts. They also have work-based events. So I don't know if you would, pay to go and see humans do this, but they have events like bricklaying and power tool assembling. I mean, that might come in handy if you've, had a trip to IKEA or something, and package handling. So as well as showing off the robot sporting prowess, these games are also about showing the world, hey, this is what robots can do, in industry. So, there is another side to it as well.
I do have to be honest, Gem, I'm not overly impressed. My car can go faster than Usain Bolt as well, but that's because it is a machine. Before we run out of time...
is a machine.
But exactly. Wissam, let's move to yours. A bit of a superhero story putting out fires.
It's a superhero story and a quirky within a sad story, because we are talking about fires in Indonesia, already fires that have swept across 95,000 hectares of land on the island of Borneo. And now we have the story about this teenager boy who has put his Superman cap, like we have all dreamt when we were kids and teenagers. He did it for the good cause. He has put his Superman cap and joined the firefighters to fight this huge fire that is sweeping across Borneo. But on the sideline of the story, summer 2026, Jono, will be remembered as one of the biggest waking up calls in the history.
Yeah.
We have seen in Europe huge fires, in France, in Canada, everywhere, in Spain. I mean, people are now realizing that the change in climate is real, and it's gonna keep coming. It's not gonna be, one exceptional year. It's every time fires and hot weather. It's part of our new life, and we have somehow not to embrace it, but to adapt. And we have, like here in the region, in the Gulf region, we have rough weather, and people has been able to adapt. Maybe this call is now universal call, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. I see a market for AC units across Europe in the very near future. Well, I want to thank all of our contributors this evening, to Gemma White, who is based, of course, in Dubai, and to Wissam Kirouz joining me in the studio. Thank you so much to our guests. Appreciate it. And that's all from us on W News Extra for tonight. As always, if you want to follow us, you can do so on X. You can see all of our interviews and clips up on our YouTube channel, and GNT with Tom Burges Watson is on the way next. But for now, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters here in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we'll take an in-depth look at the state of ties between Paris and Riyadh on this day 2 of the state visit to France by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. We'll also get the latest on what's emerged from the French-Saudi investment roundtable and ask what major deals have emerged. Plus, as the Russian invasion continues, Ukraine marks the 35th anniversary of independence from the Soviet Union. We ask, has there been any shift in resolve from Kyiv's allies? All of that to come in today's edition of GMT. Hello and welcome to the programme. We're going to take you straight to Paris as we continue our coverage of the latest developments in the ongoing visit by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, today, a main focus of the state visit has been on the French-Saudi investment roundtable, which brings together senior government officials, business leaders and CEOs of major companies from both countries. Well, the meeting has featured in-depth discussions on partnerships across multiple sectors, amongst them transportation, logistics, artificial intelligence and digital infrastructure. Well, officials say that all of this cements the growing economic and investment ties between Saudi Arabia and France. Well, we're joined now by General Dominique Trinquant, who is a former defense advisor to President Macron. He joins us from Paris. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, General. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. I just wondered, wearing your former military hat, and you are, of course, you carry the title of General, how would you describe the state of ties between Riyadh and Paris?
I think the reaction are good, but certainly because of the big changes currently in the Gulf, they will be closer. And the visit of Mohammed bin Salman, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is of major importance because of the changes in geographic circumstances in the Gulf.
In which areas do you see the Paris-Riyadh relationship at its strongest?
I think there will be stronger probably in two main areas, energy, of course, but also military defense. Overall, I mean, defense in equipment, but also in agreements. I think this will be, there will be changes. I know that there are contracts also which will be discussed today. We will see that this evening with the announcement which will be made. But really, I think that defense and energy are of major importance, but also culture.
Okay, so several areas of close cooperation, as you say. I mean, in this world where some traditional alliances have been challenged, where there is a good deal of uncertainty, would you say there is, broadly speaking, alignment when it comes to geopolitical issues, particularly issues in the Middle East from where I'm speaking to you?
I'm not sure that there is alignment on all subjects, but for example, if we're talking about Palestine, I'm certain that the position of France is very close to the kingdom. Also the fact that we want peace in the Gulf in order to have a more flexible relation with all countries around that. So I think that mainly the subject on Middle East and Palestine is a very important subject between France and Saudi Arabia.
Would you say there are shared concerns and shared frustrations about the Iran war?
Certainly. As you know, France has already said that they are not part of this war. They were not asked for this war, and like Saudi Arabia. So I think that they are probably sharing the same embarrassments. And because there is, you've seen this this alliance, this agreement between Turkey, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, there is a change in the Gulf. And I think that France must be part of these changes.
So do you think perhaps it would be realistic to think that a long-term legacy of this conflict with Iran could very well be that it's brought Riyadh and Paris closer together?
Oh, yes, certainly, because as I said, the link with the Emirates was really very strong. It's still very strong. So having another very strong link with Kuwait, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is of major importance if you want peace in this area. And France wants that peace come back in this area. Of course, Iran is still a terrorist state. We need to think about that. But the fact that the war started is not something which was shared by France.
I mean, I'm just wondering, I mean, that war has, of course, caused a lot of pain for consumers around the world with higher prices, higher petrol prices. I mean, just sort of, what are your observations of how that war is perceived by people in France? Is the Iran war deeply unpopular there?
I think that there are different aspects. I think that many people in France want the change of government in Tehran. Certainly, because as I said, it's a terrorist state, and we want to change that. But the way it was done by the US with Israeli was probably not the right way to do it. And just one point, never discuss that with the strongest allies European you have, and with the state from the Gulf was a major failure. And now US is very embarrassed, doesn't know how to go out from this war, and it will probably last long and will have major consequences in economical terms, but also in defense terms in the world.
President Macron has been in office for nearly 10 years. And during that time, he's obviously worked very closely with lots of world leaders, in particular the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. What's being reported about the strength of that personal relationship?
But I think that the fact that the Crown Prince came into France for the first visit in almost 4 years, I think, is of major importance. And as I emphasize, the fact that this is during this difficult situation in the Gulf after the start of the war in February is something we must look carefully.
There'll be a new head of state in France next year, that's for sure, after a decade of President Macron. Any clues as to who is going to be occupying the Elysee Palace next year?
No, I have no clue about that. I think you've got 32 candidates, so we'll see in February who will stay as candidates. There are two major candidates, you know, left wing, right wing, Mr. Mélenchon, Mrs. Le Pen. But I think that the third one will emerge in February, March, and we'll see that at that time.
Okay, lots has been happening during this two-day visit. This afternoon, it's been a major event at the Invalides, which isn't so far from where you are right now. What's been the highlight, do you think, of this state visit?
I think the highlight of the state visit is the fact that the Crown Prince is coming himself in France. He hasn't been traveling a lot in the last years. It's the first time that he's been giving a big trip like that. I saw that in the Invalides he was welcomed by the Prime Minister, because there is another meeting in Paris concerning Ukraine. And so I think that the highlight will be, at the end of the day, what will be the announcement of agreement between France and Saudi Arabia.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. General Dominique Trinquant, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, in other news, events have been held today in Ukraine for the country's Independence Day. Well, this day marks 35 years since Ukraine's break from the Soviet Union, although, of course, the commemorations come in the context of the ongoing Russian invasion of the country. Well, a number of foreign leaders travelled to Kyiv today in a show of continued solidarity, amongst them the European Council President Antonio Costa and the new British Prime Minister Andy Burnham, who took office only last month. Well, Prime Minister Burnham says that Ukraine's resistance can be compared to Britain's fight against Nazi Germany. Well, for more, we can speak now to Chip Chapman, who is a military and diplomatic expert and a former UK advisor to US CENTCOM. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The British Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has not been in office for very long, and yet he's made Kyiv his first foreign destination since taking office. What do you think that tells us?
Well, you also have to look at the reciprocal bit that Zelensky's first meeting when Burnham was elected Prime Minister was to London. So I think it shows the unequivocal support of the UK for the sovereign independence of Ukraine. And although he is the fifth Prime Minister since the overt invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the policy line has been consistent about that we will support Ukraine until they achieve some sort of victory or until Russia cannot achieve its strategic objectives and is defeated. Defeat in this sense meaning that they cannot achieve those objectives.
OK, so clearly no shift in British resolve, despite that rather high turnover of occupants of number 10 Downing Street. When we heard the British Prime Minister referring to Russia's, quote, outrageous threats to my country, what was he referring to there, do you think?
Well, actually, there's a pattern of activity. It's not just the threats that he said at the moment that the UK was a direct participant in the war. And I think from a military sort of philosophy perspective, we have to go back to Clausewitz, that war is a continuation of policy by other means. And from the UK perspective, this sort of started with the radiological poisoning of Litvinenko in 2006, the use of a nerve agent on UK territory in 2018, and the use of hybrid warfare since then across the continent of Europe. The most overt one we saw in terms of people being prosecuted for that were what we prosecuted 3 Bulgarians in 2025 who were being used by the Russians, and we see that pattern of activity continuing at the moment. That's what essentially Leipzig was last week, and another one this week that we saw in Estonia, where a defence establishment was burnt down. And I think that's the sort of thing we'll be seeing from the Russians. I don't think we'll see overt military activity, but we'll see those sorts of use of proxy people who don't know they're being used by the Russians, along with cyber intrusions and GPS jamming over the Baltics. Those sorts of things are what they're going to do. And also part of that is they've engineered migration crises before. And one of the ways to look at the way that at the moment they can apply strength against weakness in their use of ballistic missiles when the Ukrainians haven't got the interceptors is, in the worst case, that could mean that there are massive flows from the east of Ukraine to the west and across the borders. That could also amplify right-wing politics in Europe, which wouldn't be helpful to Ukraine's cause.
We've heard some strong language from the British Prime Minister. He compared Ukraine's resistance to the resistance shown by the British to Nazi Germany. Apart from strong words and standing shoulder to shoulder at the Independence Day events in Kyiv today, what additional help is the UK giving Kyiv?
Well, although we give £3 billion a year, the overt announcement today was that we're going to give the plans for Storm Shadow missiles, which are missiles which are involved in the deep strike on Russia. And the significance, I think, of this in the last sort of 2 years, really, is that there is no sanctuary anymore for Russia, or certainly within European Russia. I mean, Ukraine didn't have sanctuary from day one. You know, there were strikes near the Polish border by March 2022. So it's the fact that that Ukraine can do these deep strikes and erode the economic potential, which kind of alters the equation, not just in the economic sphere, but it brings home to the Russian people, particularly with the strikes on the oil refineries and the Wildberries sort of Amazon equivalent distribution centers, that there's a price to be paid. This does lead to the popularity of Putin decreasing, but I don't think we're anywhere near yet a sort of revolutionary movement in Russia where Putin would be overthrown.
Russia's announced it's mobilizing, well, potentially an additional 300,000 troops later on in the year. We've also heard that North Korea is sending a greater number of troops to help the Russian war effort. Can we expect either of those two factors to make a meaningful difference on the battlefield?
I don't think that the 300,000 will. Manpower doesn't buy you necessarily a capability. Capability is across the spectrum of training, equipment, personnel, intelligence, and logistics. So you still need the logistics to support those people. And unless you can swamp the mass can swamp the kill zones of the Ukrainians, then I don't think much will change there. But Putin's calculus, of course, is that the chicken pecks grain by grain, a Russian proverb, and that he will continue to capture territory, be it fairly slow. And at the moment, he's willing to lose a lot of people for minimal gains because that's his model. And one of the ways the West gets this wrong is we think that the damage that is being done to Russia will mean that they'll inevitably come to the negotiating table. I don't think that's necessarily true. It's not true at the moment. And that's one of the things we call fatal attribution error, when you put a Western model onto the thinking of the Russians, which is just not the same as the Western prism.
And how much damage is Ukraine managing to inflict on Russia? Because we do see reports of massive damage to particularly Russian energy infrastructure. And we're told that that's had a knock-on effect on the Russian economy, affecting an important segment of the economy. How serious would you say that damage has been?
I think the manifestation within the population is that the withdrawal rates from ATMs has been going up on a month-by-month basis. There could be a liquidity problem within Russia, and that is the physical manifestation of that. That shows a lack of trust in the Russian government. Now, again, I'm not saying that at the moment is existential to the Russian regime. I don't think it is. But it is something to look at, because if you lose that trust, that erodes quite quickly. And I keep on talking about an eroding stalemate. There comes a time when erosion can lead to a landslide. It's very difficult to say when that will be, but that could happen. It could also happen on the other side, because it could be that Ukraine's will suddenly collapses if you have the ballistic missiles getting through and damaging things significantly. And again, the Russian deep strike campaign is also targeting those things. And this year, I think there's a very fragile piece of the Ukrainian energy grid left. This could be a long winter for Ukraine, both with the damage to their energy grid and in the fact that their interceptors are minimal at the moment. So both sides have some momentum going for them. It's whether that leads to this erosion and to this landslide. We don't think that will happen on either side in 2026.
And what would you say are Ukraine's most important needs right now? What does Ukraine most need from its allies?
Well, you need unity of support, because political will is absolutely important. But on the battlefield, you absolutely need interceptors. Now, there's a number of things in train for Ukraine. So, for example, there's a project called Project Freya, which is an anti-ballistic missile capability, which should have IOC, that's interim operating capability, by 2026, with full operating capability in 2027 and 2028. That's still some way away. That will be good news. The other part of the good news is within 3 months, 5.7 and 9 long-range Ukrainian missiles will be capable of striking anywhere in European Russia, and will be able to get through any air defensive framework around Moscow. That could also do significant damage. But they are things which are in train for the future, not today. They need to hold out until those things come online.
Just lastly, and you alluded to the efforts to get Russia to the negotiating table a little earlier on, and I thought we could perhaps end on that. And I wondered why you think it is that these US-led peace talks and peace efforts have so far not delivered.
Well, the simple fact is that Russia desires only one thing, which is a surrender peace. Ukraine is not prepared to give up that surrender peace. Land for peace is not an option for Ukraine when the bits of land they want them to surrender, particularly the Donbass, are the most defensible bits of land and would be a staging ground for further Russian invasions in the future.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Chip Chapman, military and diplomatic expert and former UK advisor to CENTCOM. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. As always, you can watch our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Meanwhile, look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as a city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture, even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. and we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
Well, I'm joined now by Paulo Uchoa, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a close friend of Humberto. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, and my condolences for the loss of your friend. And I wondered, before we talk about his work, whether you could tell us a bit about Humberto as a person.
I would say that Humberto was a very peculiar person because at one hand, he was very private and he always wanted to maintain a very invisible personality to the world, but he was a person that had a very unique ability to connect to people and very important people, and he was very determined to do the best he could do in his job. So he was both very private but very professional in what he did.
And his connection to Saudi Arabia was extremely strong, and that was very evident talking to him. He lived here, he died here, he's now buried here. How did that strong connection between a Brazilian man and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come about?
Because I have been friends with him for 23 years and I had the chance to speak continuously about his experience here in Saudi Arabia, I would say that the connection was almost a coincidence of destiny. He came here in 85 or around 85 to participate in an exhibition at the very beginning of his career, and he never left. And he remained here for what I know, 41 years. And he did an incredible work in documenting Saudi Arabia from various perspectives, as you said in your introduction. But I don't think that it was anything that he ever planned. I think it came accidentally in his life. He saw the opportunities, he was passionate about the country, and then he embraced his destiny.
And, you know, he captured and documented Saudi Arabia over the decades, capturing the kingdom's transformation from, 1980s to where it is today. What do you think his contribution was to this country?
It's difficult to say whether there is anyone else that has a work that covers Saudi Arabia as comprehensively as he did. But because very early in his career he developed a passion for the country and for the culture, he traveled the country from north to south, east to west. He visited communities. He photographed archaeological sites. So he was curious about everything. And he managed to develop one of the most incredible network of contacts I could have witnessed in this country. And I've been also coming to Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years of my career. So it was very impressive to see, this aspect of his personality.
And as I said in the introduction, his funeral service was held yesterday. It was presided over by very senior Saudi royalty. And I wondered what that tells us about how appreciated he was here.
I think Humberto was indeed very appreciated. I think the quality of work that he produced over the years is what made people look at him. I think that although he was a person with some peculiar behavior. I think he was also a very charming man, and he was a very warm man. So all of this together in one person, Umberto, made him very popular, and he did develop this incredible network from various fields of Saudi society.
I've seen several examples of his work, and we've been showing some of them to our viewers on the screen as well whilst we've been having this conversation. But I wondered if you could tell us a bit about his technique, his approach to his work, and the subjects that he captured.
He was a very meticulous photographer, from what I can say. He was detailed-oriented. He was never satisfied with second-best options. He would take as many shots, and he would go back to the place as many times as was necessary, and he would not give up until he, in his mind, thought he had gotten the perfect shot. So I think this is what makes his work so compelling, because when we see something that he finally decided to present, either in a book or in the format of a photograph, it was really the best he had to offer.
And I've seen examples of his work at the Brazilian embassy, and I just wonder whether there's one of the pieces that's hanging on the walls of your embassy or your residence that is one that you particularly appreciate.
Everything that I see about his work, either in books or on walls, usually I am very much seduced and I'm very much attracted, and I'm a big admirer. But I think there's one piece that now sits in my office at the embassy, not at the residence, which is one of these views of part of the desert that surrounds Madain Saleh Alula, which is very nice, and it's probably, from everything that I've seen, my favorite piece.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, is there an anecdote or a vignette from your encounters with Umberto that's going to perhaps be forevermore in your memory?
What was interesting and funny to watch in his behavior was when people approached him to take a photograph with him. Umberto never liked to be photographed. And the public explanation that he gave for that is that what was important in photography was what he produced, not he himself. Maybe there was something else that made him not like to be photographed, but this is what I was with him many times when people came and asked to take pictures with him, and he always refused, saying that not him, but the sceneries he photographed.
Well, I was one of those people who asked to take a picture with him, and he did not oblige with me, but I also have lasting memories of him. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. Ambassador Paulo Shoa, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
You can come with all the formations and tactics in the world. They don't like you. They're not going to run.
We're going to just give me the ball and I'll do this. And back in the net, but
they're looking like face to face, like they want to go and do a bit of jiu-jitsu with them or something. Yes, boys, great to be back. I think we should start at Arsenal, an absolute massive, pivotal game, in my opinion. In the London derby, they beat Chelsea. Arsenal are now 5 points clear, but City have a game in hand. So it's still really much in the balance. But it felt, Bridgie, like a big win for them, didn't it?
Oh, it's massive for them.
Yeah.
It's, they've obviously struggled to win anything over the last few years. But you think something has to change at a point. If, learn from their lessons. So, I was devastated day one, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what I mean? One day playing Chelsea, and then I don't want them to win the league.
I know.
But I'm like, is there something they've got this time where they've got a little bit more of a winning mentality and can see games out?
I know what they got.
You read my notes.
Go on. What have they got?
They got set pieces.
Yeah, that's what they got.
16
goals from set pieces, the top in the league. And it does feel like that, doesn't it? When you're watching the game and there was like, it was almost like, remember when you used to play against Stoke or your Boltons and used to get like a free kick, and everyone was to stop, everyone goes stop, and then and everyone gets set up and you're playing against it, and you prepare all week against a Sam Allardyce team or a Tony Pulis team. You go, right, we know this is going to happen. If we concede a foul in the midfield, someone nicks a foul, there's no chance of them going, right, let's get it on and play. They're stopping it, setting it up. You're jogging back, and it's getting shelled into your box. So it's not quite 1990 Sam Allardyce and Tony Pulis and that, but I remember once seeing Declan Rice calling over. Who took the throws from the left? Was it Hincapie? Who's got the throws at Arsenal? Anyway, like calling over. It was a really long throw. And they're all just on it, the lads, aren't they?
Yeah. Do you know what it is? Like, see, like Sam Allardyce days, Tony Pulis definitely.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it was the norm.
Yeah.
So when we'd play those teams, and there'd be a few of those type of teams.
Yeah.
You'd set up in training. You actually practice how to defend against it.
Yeah.
And you probably had the players as well back then with the physicality to be able to handle it. Do you know what I mean? Now I think the players physically probably just they can't handle being roughed up like that. So when I see Gabriel dominating in the box, and heading it back across goal, and then obviously it's a free for all there,
right?
And it's come off the defender and gone in, right?
Yeah.
But that first contact, you've got to actually put him off at least. But they didn't even. Chelsea didn't even have that physicality to be able to do that. Didn't know where he was, and he came round the back, and then he had a free header to knock it across the box.
I think the physical side is quite difficult though, because you know what it's like these days. Penalties can be given a lot easier than what they were.
Yeah.
But I also think the way the man marking it, I think it's quite hard.
Yeah.
And especially when you've got people who are man marking,
So
when
what
they're
would you
looking at the
rather?
man,
Yeah.
and they're not even looking at the ball.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's so. If you were looking at me,
but
it's so easy to just do a side
Arsenal do that more than Chelsea weren't doing that. Chelsea were trying to play the ball.
So is that
There's a couple of times that they didn't know.
Yeah.
But that is, for me, like let's go back to our era, right, and how you was taught to defend, right. If you was marking, it was open hand, so you blocking like that. If you grab that, you be careful. It's a foul, like that, and it's like always keep your eye on the ball and the man. So I think the big change now is referees are they're not looking at the ball, they're looking like face to face, like they want to go and do a bit of jiu-jitsu with them or something. So, and it's the
martial arts.
The comedy, but the comedy and the ridiculousness of it, right? The referee, you see him coming over and he's like, none of this, and they're all like going, yeah. As soon as the ref walks out the box, they're just looking at him like, and they're like, grab it, and he's fighting. And
we saw the example with Rice when he was just grappling.
Yeah.
The attacker, and I was thinking, you can't be doing that, surely, because in my days, if you're not looking at the ball, you're done.
Anywhere else on the pitch, and he's doing that, and it comes off his arm.
Absolutely,
it's free kick or it's something.
So I thought Chelsea were quite unlucky in that respect, but because they didn't do enough in open play, and score the goals, and that's why they came up short.
It just looks like ridiculous, doesn't it? Look, it comes in, and once the ball's in the box, it's like a tree hugging festival.
Yeah.
They're all just stood hugging each other. You're just
tree hugging festival.
What's
Do they have festivals?
Yeah, there is a tree hugging festival.
Is there?
I think, yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. People tree hug, don't they? There's bound to be.
Yeah, but really? Festivals, you can just go out.
I bet there's a tree hug. Someone Google, find out if there's a tree hugging festival.
Can we do that, please?
There can't be a festival.
There will be.
Okay, two things. It's crap football, and we get on to what it is for the viewer afterwards. And how do you stop it? I've got some views on how to stop it, and the reason I think it's one of them. And this is what I hate about the referee union and everything. That they're so slow to move. Clearly, this is affecting the games. There's something that's gone from top down where they're allowing this. The only way to stop it is you go right from this weekend in the Premier League. Bang, we're giving penalties away for holding. You're going to give penalties away, and you're going to give bookings, and it's going to be a mayhem for 2 weeks. But after a week or maybe two,
stop.
Unless you're a really stupid player, you're going to stop.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's my opinion on that.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
It needs to come top down though. But the referees are just burying their heads in the sand, and they'll deal with it in the summer.
I just think you got to be strict. I said penalty.
Just say penalty.
Yeah.
It's always been
there could be loads of penalties in the first couple of weeks, but it soon stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know you can't. And then maybe teams going to set when, I can't mark him. That
it's a foul.
Can't do this. And
it's a foul
then
anyway.
You might have just two teams just trying to go and win the ball rather than just.
I don't think it's a foul. I just think it's a foul anyway. Like you have to look at the ball. You can't not be looking at the ball. It's a foul. So as soon as you do that,
get stricter with it.
Yeah. Really. So VAR, come on, man, get your finger out. You know that's always been a foul. So what's changed now? You can't not give it. It's just the way football is. There's not been a rule change to say you're not allowed to do that. That you're allowed to do that now. There's not been a rule change to say that because you never was allowed to do that. So what's changed? Why are you being lenient?
Yeah, I don't know. But we get to the bottom of that, and referees in particular. We had a couple of run-ins with them at the weekend, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
The group later.
There's one of us here that's always in trouble.
Yeah, one of us
not
here.
always in trouble.
Grassroots. Be aware of him.
Okay. At the end of the day, it's not great football, is it?
Nah, Coley, listen. It's. I think the way football's gone now is. I was looking at a stat the other day on how many players on the pitch get the most touches in a game, and it's become undeniable that the ball players, the ones that actually have the skill, the entertainment factor, are getting less and less touches. I'm thinking the defenders are getting the most touches out of everybody on the field, the centre halves. And that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Because they're not supposed to be the most technical.
Yeah.
They're not the most technical on that football pitch. But somehow they're getting the most touches on a football pitch on match day. Yeah. That's worrying. Yeah. And that's why we're probably seeing no flair, because the boys that actually have the flair... Look, remember we had Grealish that used to run games for Aston Villa. Yeah. We used to have all types of... We saw Morgan Gibbs-White this weekend, when he's allowed to be free, scoring a worldie.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We're not seeing enough of it. Remember, even when we look back, you talk about players that Harry Redknapp had in his squads, Sam Allardyce had in his squads. You always give a Kocher the ball. Always just feed him the ball.
Yeah.
No one's finding the top players in their team. Chelsea are trying to do it. You can see they're always trying to get Cole Palmer on the ball. But now I just think, because it's such a game where it's just efficiency now.
Do you know?
Don't turn over possession all the time, or else you're going to be probably conceding a goal, because that's how good the get. It's too much worrying. Let's let the game be free.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean,
Let
the game be free. But I do like the fact that when I played in France, and I played sort of in the sort of midfield position, and you're always taught stay away from the ball, like stay in the pocket. So sometimes you'd be frustrated as a number 10 or a winger if the ball's not coming to your side. And I was terrible at it. I'd go roaming and trying to get on the ball. But then people would always tell me not to. Yeah. But I had a manager in France, in Lille, Rudy Garcia. He actively encouraged me to go and get the ball like off the centre half. He said, if you feel the game's that way where they're dropped off, he said, go and find the pockets. You know, like in the left back position or right back position. It's the first manager to do that with me. And I was like, he said, because I want you on the ball, even if you're far away from goal. He said, you get the goal, you might try and punch it between the line and follow it and get a 1-2. Yeah. And I was like, so he gives you did he give me freedom? I was like, to express yourself. I was strong in it a little bit. I was going to get it off the keeper and everything, but it was beautiful. It was like,
give him a yard, it takes a while.
We played beautiful football, and it was like, it was a real joy and fun to play. And I'm sure the fans liked watching that Lille team. But you're right, it comes down, it's from the managers pushing, you know.
When's the last player, say, Chelsea had? So Chelsea has Cole Palmer. They've always had Cole Palmer. They had Hazard. Do you know what I mean? Had yourself. You have had people that can express themselves on the ball. Man City, when we talk about David Silva.
Well, he played for the best team who even though Southampton, they were a team of players that would give the ball to Elysee. You told me that your manager said it, right?
Yeah, it was a bit like, have you seen Escape to Victory? Pele's in, and they're doing a team talk, just give me the ball and I'll do this and put it back in the net. But,
and what does that do for the team as well? The sense of direction.
Don't get me wrong, we could go and get absolutely battered, and Tiz has played, and he'd walk off and still get a round of applause, and he ain't done anything. But he was that player that kept Southampton up for seasons, you know what I mean, with all his goals.
Yeah.
But I think with football, look, they're athletes, right? They're really good athletes, so they're quick. But I think the game's slowed down a little bit.
It's in bursts.
Yeah, there's little bursts every now and again, but it's like, you know, if they win the ball, usually you used to think, right, if you were in the hole, you see something, right, you give it to them.
Yeah.
Now it's like they win the ball, go, right, let's just go back.
They turn out.
So they're not having as many touches because they're just, it's to slow it down a little bit and get set up rather than just go on, let's have a go and
counter-attack of football's coming from a lot deeper now.
And is that
so
because
they win the game?
Were players more attack-minded? Like the attackers you had, they're ready to just go. Like if the ball breaks, go. You have Lamptey breaking forward.
Or is the defending really good now and positioning? Like, you can look at it.
We'll have a look at it. We'll work it out next week. We need some.
We've got one eye on it.
Listeners, we'll come back to you.
I'm trying to work it out on the job. It's not happening. I'm just trying to think, what's going on? We want to make the game more exciting.
We do want to make the game more exciting. And I just want to say, what do you think Chelsea is showing signs of improvement under Rossini? What do you make, Bridgie, of this Chelsea? He's had, 10 games? Just over 10 games
13
now.
games.
13 games, yeah.
Well, they've got some good results.
Yeah. Which is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Which is the most
They've
important.
lost 3.
Lost 3, yeah.
13 games.
Lost 3.
He's won the games he should win.
It's all been against Arsenal.
Yeah, I think...
It's all been,
and I
3
think,
games against Arsenal.
I think that's... You want to see something from them against that Arsenal team, don't you? I didn't feel like... I didn't feel like they're going to get a result.
No, that's my thing. I never felt it. You said I didn't feel it, but I just want to go and ask you.
And I wanted. Do you know what? And it's not me. I really wanted to. Yeah. I was trying to, but I just couldn't see it.
Right. This is a problem for Chelsea now. Discipline. It's a hard one. Discipline. Listen, they've got the most red cards in the Premier League this season, so you can't say that there isn't an issue. There is clearly an issue, and I thought Neto's tackle was first of all the tackle of a winger, because I've been it myself, but also the tackle of somebody who was frustrated because he got about paced, and
I think it's worse.
Yeah,
I think you're giving him grace. I think it was laziness.
Really?
I think he was lazy. He knew he had to run some yards back.
Yeah.
So I think he's forgotten that he was on a yellow already because it happened so soon.
So disciplined, right? Yeah.
So discipline. He was like, nah, I'm gonna just try and win it now.
Yeah.
And doing that, he's gone and taken the guy out. That no one in your right mind. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta be with him. I don't want to run that far.
Yeah,
It's me and him on a horse race. Yeah. I can't do it. Yeah. So I would have to go early, but I think he made his decision because he didn't want to do that. But he's quick as well, so he should want to run back. So I think it's laziness.
Okay, you think it's laziness.
I think it's laziness.
But the team as a whole, the disciplinary problems, where do you think that comes from?
Well, it comes from the manager, but it comes from the team as well. Comes from all of you.
All
you're doing is and you're just letting each other down.
Yeah, but again,
there's no maturity there.
Again,
maturity.
Again, if you're a senior player and you're going in there, you look at some of the ones where it's been like that, soft ones, and then you're going, boys, like, are we going to be this petulant consistently and kill ourselves by having a player sent off? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want fire and I want, a little bit of that into the game, but boys, it has to come from, I think it's the culture and it gets set by the senior players, but we'll move on with that anyway. So, in summary, Arsenal were good for their win.
Very good.
Chelsea, they're still performing.
They've won ugly. And look, if that was a Mourinho team, when Mourinho was at Chelsea, you'd say, so what? And everyone would say, oh, he parked the bus. Or he done this, or he done... Like, there's ways of winning, and they've won ugly, and they've won with...
That's what you need to do if you want to win the league.
They've won with set pieces, and fair play to them. This is their style. If they win the league, and you're not going to remember that game. You're going to say, "Well, they won the game."
True.
Go to bed.
Very, very true. And we're going to go up to Old Trafford again. A massive win, 2-1 for Manchester United. They started the game really poorly. They really did. But first of all, I think Michael Carrick's he's producing. It's been a masterclass on how to revitalise a team, and surely they've got to give him the job now. 6 wins and a draw from his 7 matches. Gary Neville, interestingly, says Carrick is in the box seat, but they should look for the best class of manager available. And I don't know what that means, and I'm going to say that because when Amorim come in, Coley, I thought I was the only sane person in the building. Everyone was going, we got this wizard from Portugal who's done this with Sporting Lisbon and he's got the way his team plays and everything. I'm like hold on, boys. He's a young manager. Sporting Lisbon, Manchester United. It was like everyone forgot that there's a risk in anybody. You could go and get best. He was best in class in terms of results and achievement to what his budget was in European football. Then they've gone and got that, put him in, give him everything. You can't say he wasn't given everything. He said it himself. I'm signing players, blah, 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 and all that. And then I don't know if there is a non-risk. I don't know why.
You don't know what he means. I don't understand why. What would be the problem in... You've got someone that's getting results. What, you want more than that? What more do you want? And he's not a risk.
Yeah.
He's not really a risk, is he? Because
he knows the club.
He's probably not going to be on as big a contract as what a big manager's going to be on.
Yeah.
And also, what other manager are you going to get?
Exactly. You
might get a big name in, and you might even do well with the players you got. It's going well. Everything's going... And... when I look at it, I don't know, I'm not around it enough, but I get a feeling when you see him, like, he's brought the best out of people. He's making them feel good about themselves. They've got a bit about them. Yeah, and that ain't easy to get. Like, not all players will like a manager that comes in. So if it's going well, why change it?
It actually don't matter who the manager is, just that the players respond to the manager.
Yeah.
That's as simple
as you mean in terms of stature? Yeah. Are the players responding to the manager?
I think the manager matters.
You can come with all the formations and tactics in the world, yeah?
Yeah.
And they don't like you. They're not going to run. It's as simple as that. Yeah. So first of all, you got to get the buy-in from the players, as in... Will I run for this guy? Do I like him? How's he treated me? Is he looking at me in my eyes?
No, I don't think like that. I would never think like that.
Listen, these boys nowadays, they think like that. See us lot, yeah? We were the hardened lot. Yeah. These lot need an arm around them now.
Yeah.
Listen, I got my son. He's like, I don't want to play for that manager. Because he's not doing this. He's not. They're so not weak mentality. They prefer the person now. That's why I say most of these boys they got loads of attributes, skills. Some of them probably more technical than the average player in our days. You know what I mean? But what they respond to is the human nature and how they're treated and how they feel about you. That's why you're seeing, and it's quite blatant with Man United, it's the same bunch of players. What's changed?
Well, he's
tactics.
He's changed the system.
System, yeah. But you still got to run about.
Yeah.
You still got to run about. They down tools, these boys.
They did down tools under Ambrose.
They down tools.
Tactics is an important thing, knowing when to press. We're not going to press in as a team. You have to.
So that's a factor.
A little bit.
Of course, no, definitely, definitely. But the first and foremost, see, like I remember having Gianfranco Zola. Yeah. He come in, and the way he made people feel
at West Ham,
the way he made people feel, and even though it wasn't going great, we still wanted him there.
Yeah.
And we're still trying, although sometimes probably tactically set up wasn't right for what he had at his disposal, and he probably wanted to change things. But the players still loved him and wanted to do well for him. Now, when you're seeing a manager that's going on saying, well, he's got to do better, he's got to do better, he's got to do better, and berating the team, that creeps in eventually, and then you're going to lose the team. Michael Carrick has come in and is given that good feel factor first. Then the players will try that tactic that he's trying to employ. Do you know what I mean? And it's just the way it is. It's the human nature of it.
I agree with you, right? And I think you're saying the same thing. The tactical switch he's gone to go over back four, playing Mainu and Fernandes and getting players in their correct position that they've made, like Luke Shaw at left back and Harry Maguire with playing in the two and da-da-da. So that's become a factor. The fact that he's got the players on board, I think we said it last week, but I think bringing Johnny Evans in, who knows the group because he was with them, I think that was genius. Jonathan Woodgate, who by all accounts is a fantastic coach as well and a good person. Yeah. Darren Fletcher, so there's a core that understand the group. So there is all of that. And then on the flip side is like, from the perception of the media, like if Michael... How can I explain this? Right, so Michael Carrick, there's a lot of Manchester United voices in the media. Like I think Roy Keane said, even if he wins every game, he wouldn't give him the job. So I don't know where the land lies in where you go.
Well, so you'd give it to then?
Yeah, well, that's
someone that's qualified. He's saying, but like, what makes you qualified nowadays? Because they've had all the managers already.
Van Gaal, Mourinho,
Like,
David Moyes.
They've run out of managers.
Ten Hag.
Chelsea run out of
Do you know
managers.
what they're all going to say? Well, it's too soon. It's too soon. So you get 3 games in, it's too soon. You get 6 games in, it's too soon. You get 10 games in. Because even if you get to 15, 20 games, it's never going to be enough for them, is it?
Can I ask? This is my. I think, like, and I always have to check my bias here a little bit because he's my mate and we all want him to do well. But for me, if I'm Manchester United, I'm looking at the 2 other great clubs in Spain. They've brought players in through their B team, so less experienced in management than Michael Carrick when they took over at Real Madrid and Barcelona. One was Pep Guardiola and one was Zinedine Zidane. And what do they have in common with Michael Carrick? The top players that have played at that club, that knew everything within the club. So Michael's actually in a better position, experience-wise, than when them 2 got the job at their big clubs. And I think you've got to stop applying normal logic to big, huge clubs. Because playing for Manchester United has to have a feel to it, the same way that playing for Liverpool does, that playing for Chelsea is. They're not normal clubs. So having someone in that position who understands the club, I think is an absolute no-brainer. On top of what he's doing at the moment, that he should be getting the job at the end of the season and rebuilding that club properly from the roots. Quick question, yes or no, will he be Manchester United manager in August?
He should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, me too. I think he should be, and I think he will be. Right, VAR, another week, another load of nonsense. This time at Burnley. First of all, big up to both teams, Burnley and Brentford, and the manager. It was a brilliant game. Nobody would have thought to themselves, game of the weekend will be at Turf Moor.
I felt for Burnley.
Sorry,
Turf Moor's never seen that.
Turf Moor's never seen, yeah.
They've never seen so much
I saw
goals.
the people of Burnley smiling,
mate.
Yeah,
I
the pubs
felt
were enjoying the game.
I felt for Scotty so much.
I know.
Yeah.
The pubs around there must have been like, do you know what? It was a good game. When you go out, when you go to the pub afterwards, you have a little roundup of how it went.
Yeah,
and you know
yeah.
what?
Yeah.
And I love that game.
Yeah.
It was an entertaining game, one that I'll never forget. So many goals. Was it 9 goals in it?
I don't think Burnley
Was
fans
it 8
get
goals?
over it that quickly.
There was disallowed goals. There was like,
There's loads
mate,
of goals.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Refereeing and VAR, it's just become a joke.
I'll quickly read it out. So Burnley had 2 goals knocked off to unbelievably tight decisions. Then Ashley Barnes' equaliser was not given. VAR deemed there was an accidental handball from Barnes. The decision took nearly 5 minutes.
I don't think it hit his hand.
I got a lot of heat for saying that these refs looking like they need to get out the gym, stop lifting weights, and start getting the decisions right.
Yeah,
nobody needs to see your biceps.
Go on, Joe. Go on.
Go on. Stop wearing your missus' tops, yeah?
You hit them now. Then it's because they look better than me or nothing.
No, but
they're so inconsistent, and it's even worse. The VAR bit. It's it just annoys me, mate.
Yeah,
really annoys me.
Mate. So the VAR, it happened this weekend.
Yeah.
Like, go back to Arsenal game.
Yeah.
The punch in the head.
Yeah.
From the back, from the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Rewind 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Areola.
Yeah.
Gets done with a punch.
Yeah.
And he knocks off someone's head.
Yeah.
Misses the ball. So it's a penalty for him, but it ain't a penalty for the Arsenal lad. Do you know what I mean? So we've got to have some kind of consistency.
So the Barnes one, let's stick with the Barnes one because I think that sums it up lovely, Bridgie.
That one hit his hit.
Ball's into the box.
Yeah.
It's not clear it's hip or hand.
It doesn't matter.
But even if it's his hand,
hip, definitely
even if it's hit his hand, right? It's not.
Where's his body? Where's his hand supposed to be?
His hands are in the right position.
Yeah.
It's come out of the sky.
Yeah.
He's clear. Like if you know football, you know Ashley Barnes. It's either hit him on his hand, right, and which he can't do nothing about. It's dropped and he's put it in the net, or if he's got some awareness because of the way the trajectory of the ball, you're just letting the ball go because it's into a danger. Do you know what I mean? So he's not on purpose. It's hit his hand, and if you flip it. It might have it. Okay.
No, it ain't.
Well, even benefit of the doubt.
I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm playing devil's advocate,
Don't
right?
give him the benefit of the doubt, Joe.
No,
but they're going to start thinking.
Trying to help him,
right?
Yeah.
So, but even that. Say, for instance, you're blocking a shot and you're a defender, and your body's down there, and the kid hits the ball against your arm. It's not a penalty. And do you know what I mean? So it's like.
No, but they're giving them as well now.
They're giving them if it's. Out of the silhouette.
Out of.
But they've messed up the handball decision.
But even if your hand is like that and you're going to tackle and it hits your hand, they're giving that too. They've been giving it. If it's going into the goal.
His goal was given by the ref. Yeah. And then they've changed it. But I don't get how when you can't really say 100% that's it his hand.
Listen.
They need to give linesmen as well a bit more of a voice.
Yeah, give linesmen a voice.
Yeah.
I
think linesmen, because they see a different angle to everybody else.
Don't give them a voice.
I think refs and linos are probably a bit happier that all this has come in.
Yeah?
Well, maybe, because it takes it off their back.
They're trying to put a law on something which is sort of lawless, because how can you define accidental and non-accidental? And if it's accidental, like, if it drops to me and I put it in, I'm going to get penalised. If it's accidental and it drops to my teammate and he scores, they're going to allow that. I think that's correct. Like,
mate, is that what it is? Because I think that's a grey area then. Because
grey areas.
It's all accidental. It's all accidental. It's not.
Leave it to the ref's discretion. Maybe
it's all accidental. So it should, like, if something comes in my face and hits my face and then hits my arm. Because I've gone like that, it's hit my arm because I've got my natural reaction is to cover my face, isn't it? Like, but it hits my arm and goes. I can understand that's going to be deemed as not a goal because I've moved my hand towards the ball. But if the ball hits my hand and goes in, that's not my fault.
Listen,
do you know what I mean? That's not my fault.
I think we need to abort this one. It's too complex.
We need someone whose next footballer's come in and rewrite the rule book, I reckon.
Yeah. But it's actually a good segment into a little bit about the weekend with referees. You want to explain what happened?
I have to now, don't I?
Yeah.
Well, it came down to just me doing something I shouldn't have done, really. I had to go home and have a look in the mirror. Apologise to the parents and the team and that. Do you know, it wasn't just me.
He apologised to himself.
Yeah, I had to take a look at yourself, mate. It wasn't just me, but do you know what it is? The refereeing was just, it was so bad. And I'm literally just, I don't know why people bother sometimes.
So where were you? Who was you watching?
It was basically, we should have had 2 penalties, then a throw-in's gone the wrong way. Parents, kids football, under 12. It was under 12s.
Oh, okay.
And they're a good group of kids as well, work really hard for each other, and the parents are good, and it's like a top of the table-ish clash. I think they're 4th, but they've got 2 games in hand, but we're 9 points clear.
Okay.
Anyway, the ref's usually a really good ref, and I'd had one of them weekends where ref wasn't very good on the Saturday either for the kids' game. The referee's been atrocious all weekend. But anyway, should have had a penalty, then should have had a second penalty, then the throw-in's gone the wrong way. And then another throw-in's gone the wrong way. Then there's an offside, and I'm very encouraging with the kids. But then I let something out about the ref, which you probably shouldn't do at grassroots football, really. And it kind of created probably a bit more commotion.
Yeah, because it's coming from Wayne Bridge.
Words, and basically the ref had enough and just stormed off, basically.
No, it's because it's coming from you.
No, it wasn't just
you're
me.
A Premier League.
I'm not going to take all of it. I did a little bit.
You're an England international.
Yeah, I know I should have done it.
So your word...
And I said sorry.
Listen, mate, your word
That's
means
a fair
so
point,
much.
though.
No, but... Yeah. Did you say sorry?
I did say sorry, yeah. I haven't managed to say sorry to the ref yet because he stormed off, but I apologise to everyone else and the club, because you shouldn't really do it. Do you know what I mean? No, when it's your kids, I think you get emotionally,
embroiled in
it. The unjust part.
Do you know what it is? You've got a real strong... What's the word of a feeling of injustice? Like, you can't leave injustice. It's one of your endearing things. Like, it is, because, like, you'll stick up for your people and you don't like injustice, but then when it's in sport and
it comes across really bad. Especially as it's kids football and it's grassroots football. It's I think as you feel a certain something when they're your own kids, or when they're kids in general, when there's an when there's an
I've got something for you.
Do you know what I mean? But it's hard, isn't it? I didn't actually get the blame in the end. Some other guy actually got sent away, but I don't actually think he said anything.
Oh, really? Mistaken identity. Who's walking around on Sunday morning looking like Wayne Bridge?
The guy got sent off. I thought he had a baby on his chest, like one of them things, but it wasn't. It was a doll. So
what? He had a doll?
He had a doll, so he must have had a little daughter with him. He's got this doll stuck there.
Oh, right.
And the rest sent him off. It just
looked
weird, him walking off with this little doll in front of him.
What's happening around your area, bro?
Oh, it's nice down my area.
Do you know what? Talking about injustice, right? I know exactly how you feel, right? I embarrassed my daughter about 5-6 years ago on sports day, right? So she's in the 100-metre sprints, right? And
oh gosh,
right, and I'm at the finish line.
Yeah.
it's a photo finish. She's clearly won it. I got the VAR, but they've given her like second off, and I'm like, nah.
Have you gone over to
I've gone over to the 10th. Like the teacher's going, I'm like, come on, she's won that. Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, there's no way this is making me look like normal or sane because it's kids. But when it's your own, like her little face, I went, yeah, you won it, and you could see her winning it, and they still didn't give her it.
The worst thing about what the game Saturday was, I was going to referee the game as well. Because they never had a ref. So I was like, I don't want to do it.
Okay.
But I'll do it.
Who's going to do it?
And yeah, but the only reason I don't want to do it is because I'm going to be fair. So like, my kids' team, they're thinking I'm going to be biased. So I went, no chance.
Yeah, of course.
I went to them like, half hour for kill. Keep your arms down. No pushing, no shoving. Because I'll have to give it. Yeah. So the only thing I was worried about was them having a go at me for giving free kicks because I was going to be fair. And then you watch a referee game and just like, I know it's a hard job.
It's so hard, man.
It's hard.
I've done linesman. I've run the line before.
Have you?
You just got to concentrate. You just got to concentrate.
I can't run anyway, but I was just trying to time it where I can see everything.
Yeah.
But even if I put my flag up,
and
they're over there. So I didn't get it. So I was like, do you know what? I'm not doing this ever again. I'm not. It's
the worst job in Sunday morning
making.
Being given the flag to run the line is horrible.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
You can't win.
I'd rather run the line. It's quite easy. If offside, it's offside, isn't it?
Really?
But
I'd like to have a go at refereeing. I'd like to think I'd be good.
Mate, my one of my friends, one of the dads, Tom. Big up to Tom.
Big up, Tom.
I give a decision against our lads, which I thought was correct, right? An offside decision, like 3 years ago. And when we have a drink every now and then, he brings it up.
Wow.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like it
scarred him.
It scarred, because I think I might have give.
Do you know what?
Hey, one of our
fair
dads.
play to the referees. Like, we see you on a Sunday, and it must be so intense making decisions up in the elite level, in the Premier League, the best league in the world.
Yeah,
you know, so we've got to give it to them. I know they're getting paid.
No, it's hard.
They're highly paid now, but things can still be better.
Yeah.
And you need to start looking at yourself.
Do you know what? I'd rather.
It's hard.
I'd rather they made a decision.
Yeah.
Like VAR goes
and own it.
And if they make a mistake, they can hold their hands up.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. I'd happily go back to that.
The refereeing can't get worse with devices and applications now. That's what's going on.
That's what's happening. They're making it worse.
They're making it worse.
Technology's made the world better. That's actually another segment. Worse, I think so anyway.
Do you think?
Oh, 100%,
yeah, I do, yeah. Social media, worst thing ever.
Technology. The amount of time our kids spend outside. I'm lucky with cars. We spend loads of time outside, but I think it's easy for kids and easier to stay in now.
Yeah.
I reckon it's just more...
We were trying to get on algorithms to get...
How have we got to this?
Anyway, another thing at the weekend, we didn't go. We went to the pub.
Yeah.
You couldn't go.
Yeah, you couldn't come.
You know, I got a lot of heat for choosing the pub at the end of my road.
Yeah. But listen, the thing about Coley, right?
I wasn't there to lead the crew, was I?
We asked what makes a good pub. Yeah, we missed you, man. We did miss you.
So basically, I'll tell you something about Coley, right? So he likes to be in comfortable surroundings.
Yeah.
So
I like a bit of... If it's anywhere, if it's 25 yards down the road, he'll be there.
You've gone to like a posh bar, like nice Scotch eggs, like a proper
was nice
eating.
food, though, Coley, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it
was made in Chelsea crew.
It's a restaurant, really, isn't it? It's not really
made
a pub.
in Chelsea crew.
Yeah. It's not a pub. It's not a boozer. It's not a boozer, is it? It's just a restaurant.
Yeah.
Stroke.
Yeah.
Well, were you going for dinner or going for drinks?
We went for dinner and drinks. We ended up. I got you my new drink, mezcal and ginger ale.
Smoky mezcal.
Smoky. You liked it.
Ginger ale.
You know, there's going to be no trouble in there.
Yeah.
There is security there.
And no one wants trouble.
There is security. I think
no one wants trouble. I like a proper dirty pub. Not dirty, but you know what I mean? Proper just spit and stored.
What classifies it as dirty? What's the
dirty? Yeah, just bit of
pool table.
Yeah. Mate, if you find one with a dartboard and a pool table and jukebox, you fit the jackpot, really.
Yeah.
Jukebox?
Yeah. Hey, that's the jackpot. You don't get them very much now. There's one by me, actually. My dad goes to a working man's club.
The machine, like the money...
Yeah.
Jukeboxes are underrated.
Yeah, mate.
Where you can choose. That's all you want.
It's also, I want a pub which is more of a... You go in there and you're stood at the bar. You don't feel like you're imposing on people sat down eating their dinner.
I'll tell you what was a good one.
Yeah,
the one we went to in Highbury. Was it Highbury we was in or Angel?
Yeah,
that was a decent pub. They had the slot machines and everything in there.
It's finding one that it don't look great.
Yeah.
But you go in there and the vibe's good.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
You don't want to go in anywhere there's a bit of trouble. You just want a good vibe.
You got any in mind? You got any good
I went
ones?
to a great one in King's Cross. We're going to have to come up with a list or something. I'm going to find out the name of it.
Let's do that. Let's give the people some information in the house.
Yeah, go. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, it's a great one. I'll find it.
Best pubs in London.
I think you
we
just
actually
come up with
stayed there
something.
for 8 hours. It was that good. We stayed there for 8 hours.
Just the 8? Yeah,
well,
okay.
we were there
How do
at
you stay in a
12.
pub for 8? I don't.
No, 'cause we were there at 12.
But how do you do that?
Everyone was just having a good time. There's good music on, and everyone was just happy.
So you get there at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's lunch and dinner.
Jeez, that's a lot, you know.
I had the weekend off.
I don't think I could do that.
No, I do. I think you could.
What, a whole day in a pub?
I've seen you
You've
in
done
your...
it with me before.
Have I?
We went Paris.
I had no choice. I had no choice. What else was I
Our
going to do?
last lads trip.
I've got the choice.
Our last lads night, I was in Paris,
Right,
and it was an early start. I think we got the train at about 9 o'clock, 9:30, and then we were going into like a gig in the evening. So we've been out early, got the train early. He's gone bed at 5:30. Oh, he come all the way to Paris. He's got to come out.
Yeah.
I went to wake him up. He just went, get off me. I
Oh,
said,
yeah, he gets angry,
so I
doesn't he?
tried a second time.
Big Bear gets angry.
I tried a
when he
second
slept.
time. He got angry. I went, I'm done, mate. And then my mate went in and got him up and got him out of bed.
Yeah. I tried.
If you're going to wake me up from my sleep...
Mate, I bet you was a nightmare for your mum getting up for school in the morning, wouldn't you?
Mate.
Because you weren't getting up for nothing.
I did.
You got up, but it took a lot of...
No, listen, mate. I controlled the
get sick
environment.
around here if I'm
I didn't know what it is. No, so you was trying to wake me up. I wasn't getting angry.
No, you weren't angry, but it was like the shove of like, get off me.
Yeah. No, I just thought I was pinning someone. That's all it was. So what it was like for me is like when you wake me up, you gotta just be soft.
Right. Okay.
Hi, Colin.
Geezer thinks he's in the rip.
I just went.
We're going out to a gig. Get out. I'm not leaving.
That's why I've got to be woken up. You can't wake me up aggressive, or else I get aggressive too. I'm just mirroring energy. That's what I'm doing. Just make me up.
He does wake you up aggressive.
He does.
That's
That's
a little shake.
All right, Gaze, come on. I'm like, oh, bruv. Like,
he likes that one.
I mean,
He likes that one. He's shaking you. What are you doing? What do you think? And then laughs and thinks it's funny.
Oh, no,
it's not funny. Anyway.
It's not nice.
Anyway, right. Okay, we move on. Before we go, let's go back to football. And Tottenham in trouble, losing away at Fulham. And although they had a little huff and a puff, Fulham could have been 3s and 4s ahead. And I looked at both teams, and I don't think Spurs will go down.
What?
No, but I don't think they will. But I looked at both teams, and on paper, you was like, but in terms of duels, like people like Iwobi run the game, Smith Rowe was popping in. Do you know what I mean? Like, Fulham just looked better. They just did.
I think I saw Iwobi's goal. Like, that's a strong side foot from that distance.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm expecting the goalkeeper to like do a lot better.
Mate.
I'm not sure about Vicario. I'm just he worries me like how Sanchez worries me.
Yeah.
Like when they're in sticks, it's like I'm not sure. It's not solid. It's not solid enough.
Did you see the bit in the game where he's had the ball, nobody round him, Vicario, and he just booted it all the way up into the Tottenham end? Like, it was like the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
And you know that the cameras like just go straight to the fans, and they're like,
who was there? I must have seen a ghost.
It was a weird thing. And I look at them, and it's just like, are we falling into this thing where they can't go down because they're Tottenham? Do you know what I mean? And they're a big club.
You're a massive example of it. You went down with the squad that you had at West Ham.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying...
Don't you feel that's possible?
Yeah,
you should know better.
I do know it's possible.
Even our squad that we went down
I think it's possible, but maybe it's the gap. Is it 4-point gap?
Yeah.
Is it the 4-point gap? But
no, it's nothing. You could say
the
that
other
about
teams, tough run-ins.
You could say that about Arsenal.
That's true.
Do you know what I mean? You flip it on its head, it's a 4-point gap at the bottom. So West Ham win their couple of the next games, they're out of it. And then, and Spurs don't win anything, They're in it.
Spurs. Listen, I'm going down to Spurs on Thursday night. They're playing Palace at home. Palace.
Be careful.
But yeah, I should be telling people this. I mean, I'm actually looking forward to the game because I like going to a stadium where there's real tension and panic when it's not my team.
The only reason you are looking forward to going to that game is because you hope they lose. So
no, you want to be there. And
you're going to be so happy if they lose.
You want to be there. Front line.
Like there's one of the dads at the kids' football Spurs. Funny enough, his kids are Chelsea.
Really?
His missus side of the family's
He's got
Arsenal.
no
It's
order.
absolute carnage.
He's got no order in his
No,
house.
that's a disordered man right there, isn't it?
He was kind of saying there's no real easy team in the Premier League, is there? But whenever Tottenham play, whatever team they play, they seem to just bring out the best in them, and they just look really good.
Do you know what?
And then he's like, the players don't know. His take, because he's watched them a lot. He went, they don't know when to press, when not to press.
Yeah.
I don't listen.
He went, he just says they're all over the shop, and like, obviously the new managers come back in. And he was like, usually when a new manager comes in, there's like...
It's a bounce back.
They ain't. There's no rubber ball coming, is there? Do you know what I mean? It's like a medicine ball just hit the floor.
One of them medicine balls in your gym.
Like, he's going through a tough time. The old geezer.
Okay, so Igor Tudor, let's talk about that because Igor Tudor got brought in and one of the commentators who's said to me, he well versed in these situations. He said, and he knows European football inside out. He said, I promise you, if you'd have said to me, give me 100 names, he said, I wouldn't have been able to pick Igor Tudor in the top 100 of what Spurs can. And I'm talking, you take Daniel Levy out of the equation 6 months ago, who've done every decision. So the decision making process is somewhere else now. And I'm looking at that Igor Tudor decision and thinking, he got no Premier League experience. He doesn't have a strong relationship with the players. I don't think he's managed many of the players. Premier League, Tottenham, not a massive reputation. I don't know where the logic is behind it. Like I said at the time, Robbie Keane and a Glenn Hoddle combination, because what that club needs is soothing. It needs to be someone in there who understands the fans, who gain a bit of grace. Good characters who could, like you said, like what Michael's done, and get the players working. Because I look at Tottenham, I look at Van. I'd get Glenn to come in with Robbie Keane. Robbie Keane, because straight away.
He's doing well as well, Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie's done. He's won 2 titles away. When we talk about experience, he's gone to 2 countries, won 2 titles. You know, 2 different cultures, teams. But with Glenn,
different
straight away.
No,
but I'm thinking from an interim. They're coming from an interim, right? That makes logical sense to me because it ticks boxes. I'm thinking the fans will be on side. Robbie, you know Robbie's a character. If you do your homework as Robbie as a character, you'll know that he's...
Do these players know these legends, though?
Mate...
I'll tell you, they know him when they start coaching.
They know him.
They're good coaches.
Listen, everyone's got YouTube. They'll go, well, Robbie Keane's a player. Glenn Hoddle, the player.
I don't think it'll be like the Michael Carrick factor, though. Because I think
Robbie
Michael Carrick...
Glenn Hoddle would. Honestly, as a coach and training, is brilliant.
I get that, but I know Glenn Hoddle would be perfect, but I just don't think... As I was saying about this buy-in with these players, I'm telling you that the culture at that football club, there's a few
the cultures.
Big balls over there, right? And they've got too much. They're in their head and they're having themselves. I'm telling you, these boys are. You can see it.
Yeah.
Like I saw a clip with Van der Ven.
Yeah.
I think I saw it last week when Igor Tudor was trying to tell him something saying push up, and he was like, the way he looked at him.
Really?
Yeah, it's on the side. Like the way he looked at him, I was like, the geezer's telling you to do something, do it.
Yeah.
And he was like, and he was ignoring him. And I was like, see that for me when I see that, I'm thinking, that you need to root that out first. You need to change that mentality.
How do you change that then? Why would? Let me reframe the question. Why did they think
with someone they respect
that Igor Tudor was the man? Is he a hard man? Do you know what I mean? But what's the point in that? You know, what can a hard man do?
How's he going to get
the
buy-in?
I've heard this word a lot. Baffled.
Yeah,
baffled. I've heard it so many times.
Yeah. So if it's baffling the fans, the players, that filters down to the players. You've got to think when you make a decision as a club. You've got to think of how everything's going to be processed by the players straight away.
You'd expect to see something in the first game change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm speaking some of the Spurs fans. I don't.
Yeah. Do you know what was quite cringy? I saw it sort of from one of the Spurs website, or the official Spurs website, right? So they release it. They're releasing.
Why are you stalking their website?
No.
You really hate Spurs. What are you doing?
I bet you've got one of them secret accounts that you abuse.
No. I'm telling you, you're summing up with you.
Well, that's Spursy.
I know you ain't trolling because you could just about work WhatsApp.
That's a good point.
Government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. The UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had a pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you, terrible. You know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza. What happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking. In a public place, the women, and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course they're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. And they burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park. Right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be, I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas. Without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader.
Well,
you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human
intensely.
bollard. He's you know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, you know, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment.
Do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. You know, I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's a good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, that is, you know, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is so it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use it for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, you know, we're all simple, we're human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, you know, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
regarding tax. It was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. But Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and such as Ukraine, where some people don't see how it's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. I think we had I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24. And we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems with them, but, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
and across Europe is uncontrolled illegal migration. Is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So when I was prime, one of the first things that I did when I was prime, 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them like a before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then the various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if the human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about. I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. It's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly, but it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR that will interfere with the Good Friday
No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK, and that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you kind of back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get, or lost, or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically. I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well. I think you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour are wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
Offensive. I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader,
it seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is, and I think I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing, and I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine. 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number 2, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number 3, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the 5th thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians. So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine's going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. they need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that and get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.